Welcome to the 2023 Hall of Fame dinner here at Fullerton College. That's right, you're going to get the opportunity to meet some of the greatest student athletes on the community college level that you'll ever run into any place on the face of the earth. And if you were here tonight, well, you'd get to spend hours with them. I'm lucky enough to be sitting with two talkative people to my left and my right. To my left, Corey Nalen. To my right, Ryan Osborne. And guys, let's start it off immediately. The 1983 football team is here. Some people will claim it is the greatest team in history here at Fullerton College. That's just the beginning of how we set off this 2023 dinner here on 90.1 KBPK.
Yes, Mark. That's right. Could be.
That's my partner, Corey Nalen, on my left. Ryan Osborne, let's go back to the talkative one, Corey Nalen.
No, it could be the greatest team ever. Could be one of the greatest team ever in Fullerton College history. I mean, that defense for one, arguably the best ever. We'll talk to a whole bunch of 83 squatters, and they'll say, yeah, most definitely the greatest one. It's one of those things that Fullerton College is such a historic institution that it's hard and fun at the same time to experience this Hall of Fame event. When you have legends, not just the 83 team, but coaches like Nick Fuscardo, trainers like Lisa Nelson. It's one of these things that we're just happy to be a part of.
Ryan, you know, we walked in, the first person we saw tonight was Lisa Baca. We all knew who Lisa was, and she was here early. But, I mean, you look at the list, if you could put somebody in front of yourself now, who do you think you'd grab first and talk for an hour?
You know, someone who I want to talk to is Jay Lucas. I've been around the Hall of Fame dinner enough and also talked to a lot of the alumni when it comes to basketball. And you always hear about the name Jay Lucas. You talk to different Hornet alumni. You talk to them about what the legacy was like before Fullerton College had that other national championship in 2005 or state championship in 05. They always go back and they say, if you could have watched Jay Lucas play, it was a different style, it was a different era, and he set the tone for a lot of Hornet teams, what they would look like for years to come. I want to get an understanding of how he was able to think the game in a time that, you know what, basketball was changing. You had different rules that were coming into place. Three-point line was starting to be introduced at different levels, not quite at the community college level yet, but you had a guy who was kind of transitioning the game for Fullerton from old school to new school.
Yeah, we have ballers on the hard court. We have guys that play on the grassy field. We have people who could even get in the pool tonight. And, of course, the guy I'm going to get to talk to, Nick Fuscardo, the all-time winningest coach in baseball history here at Fullerton College. And don't forget, one of the top golf coaches here at Fullerton College also. That's right, Nick. You and I are going to tee it up, baby. We're going to get on the grassy green and talk golf, not just baseball, here on 90.1 KBPK. Who are you looking forward to hearing from tonight?
You know, I want to hear Angie Baca because she was a three-point specialist in the game of basketball. I want to see how that game transitioned ahead of her time, if you will. In 1996, there weren't a lot of threes taken. I want to talk about or hear the interview with Jeff Andrews. We've had conversations for the last umpteen years about the greatest running backs in Fullerton College history. We're going to have arguably the greatest running back and probably the greatest running back in Fullerton College history at this table tonight.
Well, you know the thing, too? Modern day has said Swarm City, Swarm City, Swarm City. But you know what? The original Swarm City is here tonight, and some of those defensive players on that team were pretty spectacular in '83.
Well, you take a look at that '83 team. I mean, that's a team that went 9-0-1. They win the Potato Bowl. They win the national championship. They faced a Taft team that had a 20-game unbeaten streak going into that matchup. That was an undisputed #1 ranked team in the entire nation in Taft. So when Fullerton College goes up and plays them in the Potato Bowl, there weren't a lot of people who said that this Fullerton, ranked #4 Hornet team, was going to be able to pull off a victory. So not only was that one of the greatest teams defensively in Fullerton College history, it was also an underdog team, which is not something you necessarily really link to Fullerton College in their history? Well, that 83 team, you look back on it, underdogs, champions, and one of the greatest of all time.
Well, you know what, Corey? When you talk maybe underdogs and champions, we got to flip it over and look at a sport that we love. Speedy talked about having two of her old playmates coming on here, and a softball team that had one of the greatest coaches, maybe two of the greatest coaches of all time at Fullerton College. Well, a few people are coming back to talk about the memories on the softball field.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we're going to be interested, because it is softball season, gentlemen. So we're going to have two on the air that's really going to expand our knowledge of the game of softball and just what it means to play softball at Fullerton.
Well, guys, do you think we ought to see if we can round up maybe some of the young kids that we brought with us that are trying to find some of the true legends here at Fullerton College and maybe reel them in and say, hey, bring those quality people over, because tell you what, we're going to have interviews, then we're going to stop for dinner. We'll still talk while they're eating, and then the ceremony itself is going to happen, which will be streamed live all night long here on 90.1 KBPK. So shall we go find the kid?
You know what? How about this? I'll keep it here at the table with you, Mark, Corey. You don't mind? Go ahead and find us some students, bring them on over, and we're going to get ready for talking to some Hall of Famers here on 90.1 KBPK.
So for our partner, Corey Nalen, he's off and running. Ryan Osborne and I are going to stick around as some of our students that we have out here from Fullerton College are learning about the legends out here. And Ryan, we've done 6 Hall of Fame dinners here at Fullerton College. Some of those Hall of Fame dinners we have done over in the cafeteria. We go all the way back where we did them on the quad. And of course, you've been here a couple times. What's some of the most fun that you've discovered doing a Hall of Fame dinner here at Fullerton College?
You know, you're going to hear this phrase a lot, not just here on the air, but also from people on the podium coming up in just a little bit. The biggest thing that you'll hear from everyone is once a Hornet, always a Hornet. And when I was a student here at Fullerton College, I didn't necessarily know what that meant. You see it posted around campus, you see different alumni or hear from different alumni. You don't really understand what that means to people who went to Fullerton College. When you get a chance to take a look at these Hall of Fame ceremonies, you get an opportunity to talk to these alumni. That's where you get the sense of, okay, this isn't just a phrase for a lot of people. This is a motto. This is a belief, because Fullerton College meant a lot to these student athletes who went on and did have that success beyond Fullerton College. You talk to a lot of these people and they say, you know what, sure I played in the pros, sure I played in the NFL, the WNBA, and etc., but it was my time at Fullerton College that shaped me as a person and allowed me to have success later on.
Well, and I think the thing that you learn here too at Fullerton College, you can talk how great the programs are, but you turn around and look at how great the programs are. They were all great because of the coaches that coached here. We heard stories of Hal Scherbeck through the days. We've heard stories of Nick Fuscardo during the days. You know Gabe, now water polo, which I'm going to classify him as a legend here now for what he's done in water polo. They are great mentors, leaders, and also educators here at Fullerton College, and I think that's what makes Fullerton College so great.
You know, it's interesting that you talk about a guy like Gabriel Martinez, 2 national championships, 2014, 2019, has been to multiple state finals and also state final fours as well. And what's interesting about him is that when you talk to him, you don't get that sense of this is a guy who thinks the world of himself, who thinks, you know what, why am I talking to you guys? This is a program that goes beyond the reporters or KBPK or anyone who talks to me on campus. Instead, he looks at us and he says, hey guys, I want to talk to you not just on camera, not just when things are live. I want to talk to you off camera. I want to know who you guys are. I want to know what you mean to the program. It's guys like him, like Gabriel Martinez, who learn people not just inside, or excuse me, not just outside when you're doing stuff on camera or for a report, but they learn people and what their impact is, who they are, what they mean to the program. They try and understand what that means for Fullerton College as a whole, and they accept you into a Hornet family. That's just a great example of a legend, like you mentioned, who's currently here on campus, and you'll hear a lot more from people here in this Hall of Fame induction.
Yeah, and what we're doing right now is Cornelius trying to wrangle some people in for us as everybody's saying, okay, we're going to talk to some of the legends. Who's the little guy on the right, the old guy on the left? Well, yeah, we've been the broadcasters here at Fullerton College for years on 90.1 as Bill Chambers saunters by us. You know what? There's Bill Chambers. You know, Bill, come here. Walk around here. Walk around the pink line. Keep going around there. Come on over here since we're waiting for Corey. Sit down here, Bill. We're going to have a chair with Ryan Osborne and I. One of the legendary people of all time here on the air, Bill Chambers. Bill, it's nice to see you again, and good to have you here at the Hall of Fame dinner.
Well, it's wonderful to be home because to me,
Excuse me. Sorry about that, Bill.
you know, it's wonderful to be home because as I'm going to say in my opening remarks that, you know, I had 38 years of recess here. I never went to work. I went to school every day. I didn't have a job, I had a position. And I have so many wonderful memories about being here. And you know, you spend 38 years in a place, it grows on you. So and I'm just feel blessed that we're here tonight to honor some of these people. I just met Frosty Younger, the oldest one going in. I had no idea who he was. I just met his son, and it was neat seeing those pictures.
You know, and Bill, Ryan, let's be realistic. Bill's got somebody in his craft, his trade, coming into the Hall of Fame this night. And of course, you could talk about her, but Bill, it's nice having an athletic trainer, another athletic trainer like you, inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Lisa Davenport was very special. Well, Lisa Nelson now, but she was very special to me. And there are a lot of stories about Lisa that I met her when she was in high school, and she is part of my family because at one time when my kids were growing up, she was babysitting. She cleaned our house, and I'll tell the story about how we hired her in a little while, but she and I have been very, very close over the years. And there was some stuff that went on in the training room that could have probably got us thrown in jail now, but we've talked about things like that, but it seems like that when I was at a Whalen meeting, something bad always happened. And matter of fact, you know, when Tony Saragusa, a football player, in the Potato Bowl, he ruptured his spleen. And we looked at him and stuff like that, and we thought, well, we didn't want him to come back on the bus, so I said, okay, I'll go back on the bus and you drive the athletic trainer to that. Well, she didn't even get to the city limits, had to take her to the hospital because we almost bled to death.
Wow.
If she hadn't made that decision, Tony would not be with us today. And I'm going to mention Tony's name, but it was one of those things where we collectively said, well, what are we going to do? And I kept wondering, where is she? Where is she? Where is she? Because they didn't come back. And she was ready when the hospital saved his life because basically when you rupture a spleen, things happen. You can bleed out real quick. And the Shriners up in Bakersfield were really super. They took good care of him and stuff like that. But because of her decision to make it, and so she stopped Quizner's hospital, took him right in, told him what he had to do with that foot. But we had examined him and he didn't have the classic symptoms he would have. But Lisa was there. And she's not one that wants to be in the spotlight. I mean, this is a toughie for her tonight because she doesn't like that. She'd like to be the person with a gear in the rear, so to speak. So, but anyway, I love the people that are going in. I've taken care of most of these people that are going in, you know. And Juan Cuevas, the athletic trainer now, is a student of mine. I found him when he was old high school. And the neat thing to me is that he came in spite of me. He got past the certification exam and he was working. And then when the opening came up, they hired him here. And he's a super young man. So,
you know, it's interesting because when I was a student here, you were one of the first people that I talked to at a Hall of Fame induction ceremony. And you looked at me and you said, here, let me introduce you to some of the players that I've taken care of, who I've gotten to know personally. And you also mentioned that phrase that we were talking about earlier, once a Hornet, always a Hornet.
Betcha.
As a student, I didn't understand what that meant. But once you get an opportunity to talk to all these people, talk to gentlemen like yourself, and also the women here who are going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame, it means something else to you guys. When you see people who you got to take care of, who you got to introduce yourself to, and then also got to train as well, like you mentioned with Lisa, what does it do for you personally to be able to see these people that you took care of or you taught, and they go into the Fullerton College Hall of Fame?
It's very humbling, and I feel blessed that I didn't screw him up too much. Just like a little while ago, I saw Kurt Dodge, who played for us with the UNLV, played with the Detroit Lions, and I kept track of him because I knew the athletic trainers at UNLV and also at the guy with the Lions. And Kurt and I used to do, we used to go to professional wrestling matches, and we dressed him up like Hulk Hogan. And he found the picture and put it on Facebook, and we just had a lot of laughs about it.
I would imagine.
But, you know, those I like with the Owens, the family. You know, and it just killed me when we lost Marvin Brigman.
Yeah, exactly.
And Brigman was very close to me. He was the first Hornet that I ever took care of, and he gave me credit for prolonging his career, which not really. So,
You know what? Bill, I'm going to let you get out of the change because I'm going to grab some guy standing there if I can.
if you talk about Fuscardo,
Yeah, I'm going to grab that.
good luck. Hopefully he'll be done by noon tomorrow.
There we go. Bill Chambers, one of the great
Thank you very
athletes,
much. Once a Hornet, always a Hornet.
athletic trainers. There's Bill on here. And we're going to try and get Nick, see if we can get Nick Fuscardo to come on over. Nick! Let's see, I get Nick to walk around. I'm going to get Nick Fuscardo to come over. You can stay with me, or are you going to leave?
You know, I was going to take off, make sure that those students who you will see in just a couple of moments
Well, what-
who are with the CRTD 1.5
But
class here on
you
campus.
almost played for the baseball
That
team
is
out
true.
here.
That is true.
So if I can get Nick to wander over. Nick, come on and sit down.
Hey,
Good, have a chair.
how are you?
So, ladies and gentlemen, the gentleman I said I was going to talk to tonight is sitting right next to me.
Oh, yes.
The greatest baseball coach here in Fullerton College history, Nick Fuscardo.
You're being too kind.
You're okay. There you go.
So we're going to give, Nick's going to get some headsets on here
Oh,
so he can hear me. How's that? So we got Nick. Nick, let's, as we get these set up, Nick, and I'm honest about saying the greatest baseball coach, but here was the thing I wanted to ask you about. Because I thought, okay, Nick Fuscardo, baseball coach, golfer. I'm going to go back to when you were 8 years old. I used to watch baseball on the weekends. So when you got up on Saturday morning, what baseball card did you grab and which team did you hope you were watching?
I lived in Ohio Valley, and my favorite player was Mickey Mantle.
You were a Mantle guy.
Mickey Mantle. I loved that guy.
You know?
So
So
I
you,
used to try to run like him around the bases.
oh, I thought maybe with bad knees or something you were
I
trying to
ended
run.
up having bad knees, so we worked out where I'm well.
Well, you know what a lot of people don't know about you, Nick, is you were an excellent baseball player. I mean, you are in the Hall of Fame at another community college because of your baseball prowess. And I don't think anybody really thinks about you, especially here on this campus, of the years you played in baseball. Was that a dream to be a pro baseball player for you?
Absolutely. I got a great story for you.
Okay.
Hey,
Well,
I-
make sure you're talking to the mic so everybody can hear this.
That was my goal in life was I wanted to be a big leaguer. I wanted to play ball. So I was playing for the Giant rookie team. And the Giants, they had a guy named George Genovese, a scout.
Okay.
Tommy Smith was our coach, and I said, Tommy, I'm going to be in the big leagues. So one day after a ball game up at Casey Stengel Field, Tommy Smith says, Mr. Genovese wants to talk to you. So I went down, yes, sir. And he goes like, Tom tells me you want to be a ball player. I said, that's what I want to do. So he said, well, I want how you play. He said, I want to sign you. And I said, you do? He said, I do. I said, he was going to give me $3,500. And I said, $3,500. I was making $1.29.
I was going to say, that's a lot of dough.
So he said, but the only thing is you're not 21 and your dad's got to sign for you. I said, look, he'll sign, don't worry. I go home, I couldn't wait. My dad worked in a steel mill. He'd come home. I said, Pop, Mr. Genevieve's going to sign me to the Giants for $3,500. He said, man, that's a lot of money, son. I said, I don't. I said, I'm going to be in the big leagues now. He goes, well, that's nice. He said, well, I said, but you got to sign for me. He goes, well, I'm not signing for you. And I said, what do you mean? He said, you're going to be the first Viscardo that goes to college or graduates from college. And I said, Dad, I swear, I will go to college. I will promise you that.
Yeah.
He goes, no, sir. He said, we're not going to do that. So I think I cried, and I called Mr. Genovese back, and I said, Mr. Genovese, I said, my dad's not going to sign. He thinks I need to go to college. He said, tell your dad he's a very smart man. And so from there, I mean, look where I am. I mean, so that was a blessing.
You know, when you look at it, I mean, you went to college, you got your degrees in college, you were over at Troy High School, a successful high school coach for a number of years, Nick, and then you had the opportunity. Now, the way the story goes, you could have gone to Cal State University Fullerton, the title of that school nowadays, and been with Augie Garrido, world championships there, or you could have followed Mike here at Fullerton College and coached with him. What was that thing that made the choice that you'd rather come to Fullerton College than Cal State Fullerton?
Well, honestly, my first year at Troy High School, my wife and I went to a football game over the stadium. And I was sitting up there, I think we were playing Fullerton High School, Troy was. And up the steps come these 5 men. And they have on the same outfit, royal blue pants, gold sweater, white helmet, FC over the heart. And I said, those guys. They said, that's the football staff from Fullerton JC. It was the JC.
Uh-huh.
And I said, they look like a major college. They said, they are. And I thought, man, and I swear that I said, I would love to work for that school. And that was way back.
Yeah.
Years go by. Augie was my friend. He said, why don't you come over and help me? I said, I'd love to, because I was leaving Troy.
Yeah.
So I went over there actually for a couple of months.
And mark spot.
I loved being with Augie. Augie was outside. And Mike Scoble called me, and he said, Nick, he said, are you going to Troy baseball? I said, I am. He said, get over here, I need to talk to you. I said, yes, sir. I said, get over, he goes, I got to talk to you. And I said, yes, sir. So I met up with him, and he told me, he said, that's my son. He said, you're leaving? I said, yes, sir. He goes, I want you to come over and be on my staff. He said, I'm retiring in a couple of years. He said, the program will be up for grabs. And I said, I went home and talked to my wife, and I said, Mike Scoble offered me a job at the JC. And I said, I'm taking it. I didn't have to, I live 10 minutes away from here. I lived at my field over here. I love baseball. I love the Hornets. I love Coach Sherbeck. And it was an easy call. Coach Goba gave me a chance.
Yeah.
So I jumped at it.
Yeah. Nick, when you look at that, all the great players, and I mean, you've had a few, you know, more than a dozen.
Yes.
Great players that came through here. I mean, I remember the year that it looked like there was that really good chance that you were going to win the state championships. We did the regionals for you, and you went up there. But I mean, do you look back at anything? I know you won in golf. That's, if I had the time, I'd talk golf with you too. But do you look back and you say to anything, gee, this is what I left on the table? Or do you look at your career at Fullerton College being such a success because of the young men and women you helped along the way?
You know, my intent when I came over here was to win a title every year. And I mean, we worked hard at that.
Yeah.
And so for me, to go up there and play for the championship that day, we were down. We had some pitchers that were down, that were hurt, and so we tried to scramble. You know, I talked to my coaches, and it just didn't happen. You know, so it still eats at me because I wanted to bring a championship home. I wanted to get that state title for the Hornets, and yeah, that was a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, but Nick, look at the young men that you touched, because I mean, you've got guys that have played in the pros from day one to now. I mean, and we could look at the Wall of Fame for baseball. Every young man that you had come through the program, and I talk about the women too, because you coached women's golf. You helped them make that next step. So I mean, when you talk about championships, put those people in front of championships. Nick, you're one of, if not the greatest
Thank you.
coaches here at Fullerton College, not just because of what you've done on the sporting field, but I've been around you, my friend. You have helped more student athletes to shake a stick at. And you know what? Out of all the Hornets I met, I think you've loved the college here, and I'm talking about the people I work with, that you truly do live by that old phrase, once a Hornet, always a Hornet.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I appreciate the really kind words. And I'll tell you, we coaches often talk, from all different places and say, man, I really got smart this year because I had some great players. I loved recruiting. It was easy to recruit guys, but it was also very tough because the best baseball conference in the United States is the Orange Empire. And so, but and I'll tell you real quick, one year we were struggling a little bit, and we just couldn't get over the hump. So I took a shower after a game, and I went into my office, and I saw Coach Sherbeck. His office light was on. So I walked in and I said, Coach, you got a minute? He said, come on in. So I sat down. I said, Coach, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to try next. He said, Nick, listen to me. I come out and watch you practice. He loved baseball. He said, I come out and watch your games. He said, you're doing all the right things. Don't change the things. It'll all turn around for you. So here's the best coach in America telling me I'm okay. So that was one of the reasons I love this place.
Before I let you go, because for people that don't know, Nick is retired. How's your golf game?
Hey, you know what? I'm playing on the shorter tees now, so I can get the ball out in the fairway, but I'm having a blast.
Excellent. Nick, I'm going to let you go socialize with some of the people out there. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mark.
Truly deserve this honor. You're one of the nicest men I've ever met. Yeah. Thank you for everything you've done for every athlete that's walked into your office. You are one heck of a young man, and if I could have played ball better than Ryan Osborne, I'd have been your third base person. Nick Fuscardo, 2023 Hall of Fame here at Fullerton College.
Thank you. Go Hornets.
Go, Nick. Thank you.
Love you guys.
Nick Viscardo, head coach at Fullerton College. We're going to get a few more people on the air, just like Nick. As you stay tuned, Nick will be saying his speech. Make sure, because we'll be streaming that all night long, so those around can hear Nick.
My brother's over there. He's in Lake House. He's in Ben's.
Yeah, you can tell him to ask Joe over there, and Joe will tell you how to get there. Okay. Yeah, he can watch it. Nick Viscardo, head coach of the Hornets here on 90.1 KBPK. Love you, Nick.
Thank you.
Brady's going to come over and get it. Steve Hassler is going to come on the air with us. So I just got done talking with Nick about the great time he had at Fullerton College. Nick and I could have talked for another 45 minutes. I feel like we did, as Steve Hassler comes wandering his way through here around the camera over here to sit down next to me. Am I giving Steve this one?
Yes, you are.
Steve, sit, my friend. My friend, sit. Give Steve that. I got Grady on my right. So is he interviewing Steve? Oh, okay. So, welcome back to a little more of interviews here on 90.1 KBPK. And to my left is my long-lost father. Well, not really. But you could say that about Steve Hassler, because I'm going to say it to the young man to my right, who's in a 145 class. This was me on 90.1 KBPK. What I do for you now is what Steve did for me. He was the lab instructor there, but before that, Steve was a student and a voice for Fullerton College Sports here on 90.1 KBPK.
Yeah, I was, and you know, it's amazing to think 1983 is 40 years ago, and I was a student here, and we were doing TV back then too. And Lon Brunk and I were on, Lon Brunk was the instructor at the time, and I was his student. And so he said, Steve, we're going to have a great year. You're going to do it. This is your time. I'm like, Lon, there's no way. I'd been colored the year before. I said, Lon, there's no way. He says, yes, it is. It's your time. You got to go. And we end up winning a national championship. So yeah, it was it's an unbelievable thing, and it's just such an honor to be here. Thank you.
Can you tell us more about some of the memories you have when you announced for the 1983 football team?
I'm sorry?
Could you tell us some more memories you had when you announced for the 1983 national football team?
Oh, sure. What was kind of funny was we ended up with one tie, and that one tie we didn't do on the air. It was down at San Diego Mesa College, where my daughter is now graduating from. And so I went by myself to the game because I didn't want to miss it, and they tied. But you know what? This was such a great. Damon Swayze was the great running back at the time. He is here. Jeff Sanchez, and the funny thing was one of the parts they used in Hal Scherbeck, who was the coach at the time, tribute, was a call that I had, I believe, in the national championship game of a touchdown to Matt Palmer, who was a tight end. And for some reason, I could always remember Matt Palmer, and he had a lot more touchdowns. I gave him a lot more touchdowns than he had credit for.
So you were given credit where credit wasn't due?
Yeah, I did my best. It was and then I'm sure Lon would come around behind me and fix it up.
You know, it's fun here, Steve, is we're sitting here watching fans walk across the pink line, getting in front of cameras, staring in there, you know. So
Yeah.
We're on the air with Steve Hassler, the voice of the 1983 national champion. Steve, you were here for a while and you've heard about all the great teams. So I'm going to put you on the spot.
Okay.
Because I come from the 2016-2017 national champions,
Yeah.
Fullerton College. We look at the 2013 team. You were here for 83 and for other games you've seen of the team. 83, you're going to put it there as the best team in community college history you ever saw?
Obviously.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know, we had a lot of kids who went on to play Division I football, and most of them are here tonight. One person we're missing who was the SID at the time, and he's not here. He passed in a car accident. Lon Brunk isn't here, who was my color man. Tony Smith, who did interviews at the on the football field, and he wasn't able to come either. But yeah, it was a fun time, and I had no idea that the team was going to be that good. And Damon Swayze just ran wild, and so we had a great running game, and the passing game was good enough because we ran so much. So the passing game was good enough to score a lot of points.
What influence did Al Scherbeck have on that team, did you see?
Well, Coach Howe, Coach Scherbeck, he had been here since 1961. That's the year he started from Montana. And the year I was born, I might say, 1961. And he put his imprint on every part of this school, every part of the football team. And I just saw a set of rules from the 1983 team. And in two of the rules, one was call all the coaches Mr. or Coach. You have to dress up, you have to look good, you have to be clean. And the other one was no cursing. And I just about rolled on the floor because I'm thinking football players, coaches, not cursing. That I was a ways away, so I'm gonna assume everybody followed that rule. But I can't imagine most football coaches doing that. But you know, he made Hal Scherbeck made men out of so many young boys who came here at 17, 18 years old. He recruited all over Orange County. and would get people that they couldn't believe would come, and they would get kickbacks from other programs. Hal Scherbeck, and he was at the time he was the athletic director, and so in my life, not my life with Mark, but my life before that, I never knew anybody else as athletic director other than Hal Scherbeck. But everything is about and for and by him. So none of us are here without Hal Scherbeck.
Why did you choose Fullerton College?
Well, I was a communications major at Cal State Fullerton, and I got a letter one day after my second semester, and it said, you're on academic probation. I'm like, oh no. So I was embarrassed, and I was either going to go to Orange Coast or to Fullerton, and Fullerton was closer. And honestly, it's the best decision I've ever made, because I was able to get myself together and have so many professors who actually cared about you. You weren't in a theater of 300, you were in a classroom of maybe 40. And so it was the Paul Kellys of the world, communications major, Don Depew, Ed Ford, so many people who molded us and showed us the way to act as broadcasters and young men, and of course Jim Bain, who was the head of the program at the time, Diana Kirchen, and we just had a blast. And I picked it because it was close, but I ended up getting my degree. Went back to Cal State Fullerton and got my degree, and because I went back and got my degree, that was one of the reasons I was hired, because I got a degree in communications. So I'm like, wow.
So we're here at the 2023 Hall of Fame dinner with my partner to my left, Steve Hassler, for many years, Brady to my right. And Steve, it's not that I'm trying to get rid of you, my friend, but we're going to move out of the way for a couple of our students.
Okay.
And hopefully get a couple of our students on the air with people. Let me look down at my production table. And so Steve's going to take a breath. You're going to take a breath. And let's get a couple of the other people to come on down on the table. And I'm going to get out of the way. Steve, it's so beautiful to see you. I'm going to hug you off the air here when I get a chance. All right, my brother. So let's get ready for a few more. Ryan Osborne back in the air. And Ryan, I think I'm going to get out of the way because, it was nice seeing Steve. I'm looking for a couple other voices.
So here's what's going to be real interesting here, Mark. In a couple moments, we're going to have the entire offensive line from the 1983 National Championship football team. So they're not going to sit here like we initially thought. Change of plans. We're going to get the entire offensive line to line up over here. We've got Jerry Roque, who's going to interview them in just a couple of moments.
Where are we putting them?
We're going to get things going over to our left.
Right here?
So while they get adjusted and everything, they're going to set things up. They're gonna create a wall just like they would in 1983. We'll set up the camera and then we'll get things going. So,
should I give him this so that he can lead the cheer?
You can indeed. If you don't mind, we'll have you stand
all right.
And I'm going to take both of these. So,
all right.
Look how small all these guys are. Jeez, this would be nothing.
So,
look at
what
that.
we're going to have here is our offensive line over to our left.
Let me get out of the way.
We'll go right over here. Jerry, you take the middle here.
We'll scoot in a little bit more over here, gentlemen. We'll come on this way, Nick.
Yeah, I got it.
All right.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll go in the center here.
Start talking.
All right. All right, we'll get you guys by position. So we got centers, guards. See, now we just need Gary, right?
One more.
All right. So when we talk about a championship caliber football team, you can't not mention the 83 football team. And who better to talk about it than the offensive guard, tackle, center. I mean, you guys were the stars. You guys were what created that championship caliber team. Being back here now, 40 years later, being able to, I mean, looking over at that trophy, what are some of the feelings and emotions that kind of come to mind when you get to see everybody?
It's just awesome seeing these faces that we haven't seen in forever. I mean, all the guys, you see a name tag and you're like, holy crap. And next thing you know, you're all hugged up and getting photos. It
kind of feels like the old days, right?
Yeah.
The last time we got together was Coach Thomas's induction into the Hall of Fame. So we tend to get together at big events. It's great to see everybody.
And I know you guys mentioned like Coach Thomas earlier. You guys had a really big connection with him.
Oh, man.
I mean, do you guys have any like really fond memories that kind of come to your head at the beginning?
Well, I mean, like I said earlier, it's like he would talk to us. He would give us little speeches during the week, but especially before the games, and he would get us so riled up. He would just be like this, and our hair on our arms and back of our neck would stand up. And he said, "If you don't feel this, you're not alive." And we felt it, and he was awesome.
A good story Tom told me is last time we all got together was his induction. And Tom was walking out with Coach Thomas and his wife, and he said, "Coach promised if we win the national championship, he's going to get a tattoo of a hornet on his ass." And Tom said, "Coach, did you did it?" He dropped trowel right there and showed him that they
commitment. There you go. That's what you like to see. Now we got Tom Gilmer, we got John Kleminski joining us. I just asked these guys, you guys get to come back here after 40 years of that championship team. I mean, what are some of the emotions going through your guys' head right now, getting to see everybody and reunite again?
Well, you know, it's great to be part of the family. A lot of us talk every week, so it's not like we have been distant. It's just like that whole season brought us all together in 40 years of friendship. It's fantastic. So we're building on memories and just what a family we became at that time and kind of going forward. So we have all different walks of life. Everybody's been different levels. And, well, it's been fantastic.
And so you guys had a pretty dominant season throughout the entire way. You guys completely obliterated every team you guys had by 2 touchdowns. I mentioned that earlier.
You might talk to the defensive guys.
I thought you guys did. I mean, when you guys look at a record 10-0-1, I mean, in my books, you guys completely obliterated the other teams, and to come out with that championship as well is absolutely incredible. But when we're back here, when we talk about the '83 team, you have to talk about Hal Scherbeck. I mean, what kind of a character was he, and what kind of impact did he make on you guys?
Oh, life-changing, cheering boys into men. It's truly amazing. Our coach Thomas, really directed us and made us all a family in leadership with Nick Godovac and Tom Gilman and the teammates with everybody else that we had together. It was incredible.
What's his name over here?
Our line was, we were not supposed to be the national champions. I think the year before it was supposed to be. Yeah. We had so much talent on that team, but we came together as a team so much better. We were one unit. We weren't a bunch of individual talents, and it's amazing how we came out like that.
A comment for about Coach Scherbeck is, even though he was a football coach, he cared about you more as a person than as a football player. So when you go to other,
it makes a difference. It makes a difference.
When you go to other schools, you're just treated like meat. That wasn't like us at Fullerton.
And I had mentioned to you guys had the #1 defense in the country that year. What was it like going up against this tough defense day in and day out? I mean, it really helped you guys prepare for the season going up ahead.
See, that's the thing. We'd kill them in practice. I mean, they were nothing. It's like going through butter. They were a bunch of losers.
Now I got to get the defensive group here.
Oh, this one here, he would antagonize Schweitzer until Schweitzer was fuming, and then he'd throw him off the board.
We'd tell him we were going to run the play, and then the running backs would be like, seriously? And be like, yeah, you got to run right through that. And you see him, he's 350 pounds. So.
Now I got to go get the defensive group. Let them know Tom has a few words about your guys' practices here.
You guys were like butter, but then they'll go, yeah, okay. Right, Nick?
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. This is 90.1 KBPK. Once again, an 83 football team. Thank you so much for your time, gentlemen. It's a pleasure.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Have a good day, guys. Thank you so much for joining me. Of course. Thank you very much. You guys have a good one. Pleasure to meet you guys. Too. All right, we want to thank 83 lineman football team, for joining us here on 90.1 KBPK, the 2023 Fullerton College Hall of Fame ceremony. We'll continue it on as we interview some more people alongside. Great time here so far. We've gotten a chance to meet some of the football players.
You know what, Jerry? I thought I'd join you here on the broadcast. And, you were talking about it. We're live here at the Hall of Fame dinner for Fullerton College. It's an induction ceremony. You just got to talk to the entire offensive line for the 1983 football team. And, Mark and I were talking about it earlier. These are legends of their own right. Yes, you get an entire football team, 1983 squad, to come out here, get inducted into the Hall of Fame for the accomplishment that they had. But then you get the opportunity to talk to these guys. They're such individuals with different personalities, and yet all of them have the same thing to talk about, Hal Scherbeck. In just a moment, we're going to give it up to a couple more legends, one in the 145 class and Garrett Gilmer. He's going to have Jeff Andrews coming up in just a moment. So how about this? You and I both skedaddle. We're going to set them up for their own interview, and we'll talk to Jeff Andrews in just a couple of moments. So I'll keep it here for a second. If you want to help Garrett get set up, we'll keep it rocking. So once again, we're live here at the 2023 Hall of Fame ceremony, the induction ceremony, here on 90.1 KBPK. So Garrett Gilmer is going to join us in just a couple of moments, along with Jeff Andrews, as we're going to give them our microphones. So we'll start things off with Garrett. Garrett, here you go.
Hello, my name is Garrett Gilmer, alongside Jeff Andrews, Hall of Fame inductee tonight for the Fullerton College Hornets. I was just talking to you off camera about, first off, why did you choose to come to Fullerton to begin with?
Actually, a high school teammate of mine had reached out to Coach Scherbeck to come and take a tour of FJC, and he asked me if I wanted to come along, and I said sure. So I came, and I call that the legendary tour, because when we got here, the legendary Coach Scherbeck was the one that gave us the tour. And, I mean, the rest is history. I mean, after meeting him, he invited us out to come to a practice and see how we would like it. And the first practice, there was over 100 and some kids out trying out. And I was always taught, just do the best you can. And I hung it out, and started with the scout team and just continued to work hard and worked my way up.
And you feel that first one-on-one interaction, Scherbeck, kind of bringing you in personally? Like you said, there's so many people that were trying out, but you to meet him very early on, is that one of the things that that click, this is the right spot for me to come?
Oh yeah, for sure. After a week of practice, I found a new home at FJC, and it was, the rest is history. I mean, I wanted to be here. The coaching staff was awesome. Their coaching style, everything that they had going on was all positive, and all I ever wanted was a fair shot, and I felt like I was going to get that here, and I did. Just like I said, it was, that's all you ever want, is just get a fair shot, and I got that from here.
And rushing leader in school history, breakout in that freshman year, 1,500 yards. How much of that success was, based off the players around you, but just how were you able to just have that much success that first year coming in?
Well, I'm going to have to take my hat off to my teammates. My O-line, Coach Glenn Thomas, everything starts with the line. If they're not blocking or you can't get through, then there's nothing going to happen. But I have a great group of guys that, they got after it, man, and they knew it. All they have to do is give me a little crack, and I was going to get through. So I continue to do that, and we just continue to get better and better every week.
And you were telling me off air about how, kind of the new school running backs, they kind of switch in different people rather than when you were back then playing, that you were the head guy and you need to get into the groove. What was there any games that you just stick out to you where you just were locked in and you just?
Oh yeah, a couple games like Golden West, because at the time they had Blaze Bryant, and he was like the leading rusher every week. It was going back and forth. You know, he would be leading, then I would be leading. So when we got ready to play them, it was like we were almost like yards were about the same. And I think I had 195 yards that game, and he didn't do as well. But, you know, that was like the breakout game for me. It was kind of cool. It was just an awesome time.
Did you know him, like, on a personal level? Did you talk to him?
You know what? I never talked to Blaze personally, but we are on Facebook and stuff, and it's like we come from the same area, so it's almost like we're brothers. You know what I mean? I support him now today. His kids, you know, got daughters in some volleyball, and it's almost like we're brothers today. And it's like I've known him, but I've never met him in person. But, you know, just through our athletic ability and the things that we accomplished in our colleges, it kind of, you know, put us on another level.
And hey, Jeff, right before we let you go here, what does it mean to be inducted into the Hall of Fame for Fullerton College?
Oh my God, man, this is surreal. Coming from the scout team to be in the Hall of Famer, man, it's kind of like, I gotta pinch myself sometimes. You know, I'm here, and I'm thankful to be among some of the greats, the Brigons, and even the Coach Sherbecks, and you know. The Bill Chambers and all the coaches that are Hall of Famers here. I'm just thankful, man. Very, very thankful, and I just thank God every day for it.
Well, thank you. We want to thank Jeff Andrews here, Hall of Fame running back for the Fullerton College Hornets, here at the 2023 Hall of Fame induction ceremony, presented by 90.1 KBPK.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right,
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You too.
Thank you.
I'll take that. So thank you very much, Garrett. So once again, we want to thank Jeff Andrews for joining us. Take a seat. Stay here for a second, Garrett. We're going to keep things rolling just for a couple more moments as we get set. So when you take a look at this Hall of Fame induction ceremony, both Garrett and Jerry over to my left and right, guys, when you take a look at this Hall of Fame ceremony, one thing that's always been really cool to me personally is the fact that you always have the opportunity and ability to meet new people that you not only didn't know before, but maybe they know someone who was on an induction ceremony before, or maybe a family member was there as well. You get the opportunity to meet new people. And, you know, just a few moments ago, you talked to Jeff Andrews. Garrett, when you take a look at a ceremony like this, so many different inductees that you get to research, that you get to learn about. What was that process learning about these inductees like for you?
Yeah, so when you go into dive into these, looking up these Hall of Famers, you kind of get overwhelmed with how much good they have done at the school. You kind of find out things that you didn't even think that that would happen, or at like a community college level. For me, growing up, I always thought community college wasn't like the top sporting event, but all these guys are just high level, just all over, and it's local too. Diamond Bar, Troy High School, some of them, just these Hall of Famers that are they can play at the next level, and they went to the next level under the authority of Coach Sherbeck, finding the potential of these players and bringing them out here at this community college level. It's just so awesome to just meet all these great athletes that just are in our communities, just, you know, humble people down the road.
And you know what? It's interesting that you mentioned that too, because you see people like Angie Baca, a person who, like Corey mentioned earlier, 3-point specialist at a time when not too many people understood how the 3-point line was going to affect the game, how it was going to translate later on in what basketball has turned into. She was a specialist for Fullerton, one of the best scorers in Fullerton College history. You look at these numbers that these people put up, and you realize, you know what, this isn't just, quote, community college sports. You look at it and you say, these are top athletes who turned into not only some of the best athletes that the state of California has seen, but also that the nation has seen as well. I'll turn it over to you, Jerry, and I'll actually take that mic from you because, see, here's the other great thing about the Hall of Fame ceremony. It's not just about the rehearsal. It's not just about what you learn. It's about how you can make up things on the fly when you meet new people. another thing that you get to do is adjust, like when I don't turn on a microphone. So, Jerry, I'll turn over to my right, and when you take a look at this Hall of Fame ceremony, you got the opportunity to interview the entire offensive line from 1983, national champions. Now, Garrett just a few moments ago picked up on something that's really interesting to me, that sense of community, because all these players and all these athletes are very local to Fullerton College. What's the sense that you getting to get an opportunity to meet these people and then also learn their stories?
You know, I'll have to like piggyback off of Garrett. It really is like a community like of people coming together in order to like be a part in one be a part of like one group and one family, or like one hive, as like, you know, Fullerton likes to call it. But it was really cool. I mean, all of them are just really nice, very welcoming guys. I mean, me and Garrett were just outside casually chatting, just kind of like talking between each other, and Jim came up to me and said, you know, hey, how are you guys doing? What are you guys up to? You guys students here? And we said, yeah, you know, we're sports broadcasting students. You know, we're actually here to meet you guys. We're hoping to get a chance to talk to you. And just immediately, Jim started talking to us about the 83 team, the camaraderie, you know, the friendship that they had. And, you know, I when I asked him in his interview outside and I was getting to know him, he was mainly just like, yeah, like, we were close. You know, we spent a lot of time together at practice. We, you know, had classes together. You know, we were up early, we're up late at night, but we had a great sense of community. And that's really what this is all about. And like Garrett had said, you know, the community college level of like athletics is, I feel like, so underlooked, and there's so many like bold, you know, student athletes that are in here that you'll see really develop those skills and then move on to the next level, you know, in the NCAA and then professional, you know, NFL, MLB, you know, professional water polo. I mean, it's a really cool system to see them kind of start from the beginning where they might have been underlooked, but then, you know, dig their way out of that, like, you know, buffer and come out to the top. And it's really such a cool experience to meet some of these top athletes that are, like Garrett said, from your local area. You know, all of them grew up within 15, 20 minutes around. So I think it's fantastic. It's a great sense of community, and it's great energy in here for sure.
Well, since this is a Hall of Fame induction ceremony and a dinner as well, I'm going to let you two guys take off, go find us another interview before people start getting into that food line. You guys go ahead and take off. I'll keep it holding here as we continue on with the 2023 Fullerton College Hall of Fame induction ceremony. So you guys go on, get out of here, and we'll keep it right here on 90.1 KBPK. And again, we want to thank you for joining us here on 90.1 KBPK. I'm Ryan Osborne. Earlier you heard from Mark Pavlovich. You also heard from Jerry Roque and Garrett Gilmer just a few moments ago, as it looks like Mark Pavlovich is going to rejoin me in just a few moments. But we're here at this induction ceremony not just to talk to people who have been a part of the induction ceremony, not just to talk about who is currently in the induction ceremony, but also to talk to different family members, to talk to different people around the program and what they meant to Fullerton College. As I'm rejoined by Mark Pavlovich, the voice of the Fullerton College Hornets. Mark, you know what? I want to turn to you and ask you personally. Everyone has been talking about what Fullerton College meant to them and why Fullerton. I haven't had a chance to ask you this. Why Fullerton?
Well, I was a theater guy when I came out of high school. Oh, this one sounds hot too.
Okay.
I'm picking
how
up
about this?
There we go. So I was a theater guy when I came out of high school. I went to Catella High School, graduated in '69. Had the pleasure of coming over and seeing a couple plays here. Was astounded by the sets, and came to school here. And Todd Glenn was the instructor. I was going to be a big-time actor. That was my dream. I was going to be on stage, Broadway, and everything else. And I came here. Came, left, came back again after that, joined the acting crew because I'd worked in New York for a while. And then I left again, got married, got divorced, became a single dad, needed a hobby, so I started sports broadcasting. Met Mr. Ed Ford, Steve Hassler was there, took those classes. Ed immediately put me on the college broadcast. No high school football for the old guy. And I did that. One of my better times with Steve is we were doing a basketball game, over at Cypress College, and they had one of their famous alumni there, and they said, hey, we need somebody to do a 2-minute interview. Anybody done an interview? And you know mouthy me, you've been around me long. I raised my hand, I said, yeah. Steve said, 2 minutes. No problem. Went and did my 2-minute interview. I stopped my interview at 1:59 seconds. Steve looked at me and said, man, you're good, you've done this before. And I've been associated with 90.1 KBPK and SportsNetUSA.net for the next 23 years. Feeling like I've run the college, owned the college. The old days, I used to show up, go out to the football practice in slacks and shirts, and the kids used to think, who was that? And back then in the old days, Gene Murphy and everybody used to say, even Tim Burns, that's the owner of the football team. And the kids used to stare at me. From that, it became, that's the old guy, which turned into the OG, and now to this day, I'm known as the OG by many people here in campus. I think a lot of them would like to see me leave, but I'm the OG.
You know, we talk to a lot of people here at the induction ceremony, also around athletics, get an opportunity to interview them, but we're going to turn this into a makeshift interview of yourself, Mark, because I want to talk about your time with the Fullerton College Hornet football team. I personally have been able to experience it with you as well over the last 9 years, but when you take a look at your career with the Fullerton College football team, you have a lot of special moments that come to mind. What are some of your favorite moments over that time?
Well, we went up north, and if I had the recording, I would let you guys play it tonight. We went into an overtime game against Bakersfield, and I basically called the play they were going to run. And when the running back scored on the run, I basically gave a shout out to him and told him to keep on running, and Corey and I would pick him up on the way home. My partner, Corey Nalen, during games has taken his headset off, walked out of the booth, and said, that's it, I'm not watching the Hornets anymore. Ball gets fumbled, Hornets get the ball, Corey Nalen comes running back in. My trips all around, being around Gene Murphy, I got to do what I call legendary 30-minute interview with Hal Scherbeck, and they used it to start raising funds for Scherbeck Field with Hal Scherbeck, which was great. First thing Hal asked me was, are you one of my boys? Because he was older. And I said, no, Coach, I never got to play with you. We did the 30-minute interview, and Hal looked at me and said, I just want you to know something. You're one of my boys. And yeah, this old guy almost started crying on the air to do that. I've had the pleasure of knowing youngsters like Perry Webster. I've had the pleasure of looking at our softball team with Speedy and Kristen, who I adore. You walked me in the world of water polo, which I've gone on the air with you and introduced me to a new sport that I would have had nothing to do with if it wasn't for you. And I've just had a ball for my 23 years here at Fullerton College.
Mark, it is always a pleasure to be on a broadcast with you. It has been some of the best times of my life, going up with yourself, going up with Corey, going up with Gabby to Northern California to go watch a football game. We had the time of our lives going up there, time of our lives calling the game, and celebrating that national championship win. It has been a joy to be able to experience it with you as well. But before we get too sappy here in just a little bit, we're going to actually get on out just for a moment because Garrett Gilmer has another interview coming up. You know what? Let's let Garrett introduce us in just a couple of moments as both of us end up walking up and getting out of the way for him.
All right, so let me get it. Well, I'll let you go first.
Sounds good.
And then I'll walk to my right so that Garrett can get on here. And I go from mic to mic, so we're going to hand it on, and I'm going to get out of the way and get our person to sit down here and hand the microphone off to Paul.
I can do that. All right.
Mind if I use this just for a moment?
Yeah, please.
This is the Fullerton College 2023 Hall of Fame induction ceremony. My name is Garrett Gilmer from 90.1 KBPK, alongside Fullerton College Hall of Famer, Seattle Seahawk, Paul Moyer. Paul, let's start back at the beginning. What was the reason you decided to choose Fullerton College?
Wow, you're going to get into my speech right from the get-go, which is actually great because I wrote it about 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
Yeah, my journey was a little different. Back when I was playing, you had to actually live in the area and go to that junior college. So I went to Villa Park High School. So I was supposed to go to Santa Ana College at the time. Mm-hmm. But I wanted to play baseball and football in college. So the Santa Ana football coach said, no, you can play football only. And then I came here with, one of the greatest men I know, Coach Hal Scherbeck, who's most people know is legendary here, and the field's named after him. And he just said, look, man, this is family. If you believe in family, that's one. And number two, I don't care what you play. Go to track, swim, play baseball, football, do whatever you want. And so my parents were pretty impressed with that. So I ended up going to Cal State Fullerton and getting a place in their dorm so I could be eligible to attend Fullerton College, back then Fullerton Junior College.
So Hal Scherbeck, he was one of the, I've talked to a lot of other alumni. He's that guy that once you talk to him, it's a click. This is the place for me. Is that kind of what happened for you?
Yeah, look, he's a leader of men, bottom line, and not just the football players, but the coaching staff he put together and what they did to lead us as well. Just an impressive guy. You just knew there was no BS about him. He was just a straight shooter. He was a tough love coach, but at the same time, I don't know, man, I don't know if I've been around a finer coaching staff in my career, and that says a lot. I played in the NFL and coached for 12 years. I've been a part of the Seahawks for 40 years, really, when you think about it, or 30-some years. There's not a finer group of men and coaches than Hal Scherbeck, and for me, it was Jeff Jesperson and the great Al Fiola.
And for you, being a defensive player of the year, how did that kind of support from that coach kind of like elevate your gameplay, or like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's a great question too. I tell everybody, I go, look, I was obviously a pretty good player. We were the number one defense in the South Coast. I want to even say maybe the number one defense in the state at that time. And Al Fiola and Coach Jesperson and Coach Scherbeck, they just pumped me up. I don't know if I was the best player on our defense. I had Kirk Dodge and Jeff Sanchez and Jeff Carp. I had some really good football players there. But I think, my size and speed, it translated to the next level in college and the NFL. So they pushed me hard, but I give them probably more credit than what I did on the field that year.
And I know you were a USC guy. A couple family members played for USC. When you went to Arizona State, there was this time period where you're going through a little adversity. You called head coach Scherbeck and said, hey man, maybe if I flip back to Fullerton College or Cal State Fullerton and play some baseball, how did Coach Scherbeck convince you back to the gridiron?
You've done your homework. Well done, by the way. I think it was actually three coaches on that one. I played at Arizona State my junior year. I transferred my sophomore year, and I played my junior year, the first three games, and I was just playing horrible. I just had lost confidence. I didn't really want to be there anymore. I didn't want to play football. I was a pretty good baseball player in high school, and I thought that maybe was my best sport. And I said, I'm transferring back to Cal State Fullerton, and I think Coach Scherbeck and Al Fiola and Coach Jay all said, you'll regret that the rest of your life. He goes, you can play baseball at Arizona State. You're not a quitter. You're going to give it everything you got. And if you don't want to play football, that's fine, but you can stay there where you are. You don't need to come back. And so I took that to heart, got my grades back in order, took football more serious. Kind of the rest is history. I had a great senior year at Arizona State. But yeah, without Coach Scherbeck, Coach Al Fiola, Coach Jesperson, I tell you, I would not be here today. My career would not have taken off the way it did.
And you stayed with football, best defense in the country your senior year. You go to that East-West Shrine game, MVP of the game. but don't get that draft call. I know you were talking with, you grew up in Southern California, grew up watching the Rams, Chuck Knox. What was it like as a rookie coming in and playing for Coach Knox as a Seattle Seahawks as a rookie?
Another great question. Obviously I was a fan of Coach Knox because, growing up a big Ram fan. And I was hurt by the Rams not drafting me. Our offensive coordinator at Arizona State had just gone to the Rams to be their offensive coordinator. So he knew enough about me that I was a little surprised. But yeah, I mean, it was that one hurt me. But the nice part, as you mentioned, Chuck Knox had just moved from Buffalo to the Seahawks. That was their first year, and so I was a little awestruck, by him because to me, he was a legend, and he was so intimidating as a coach. And I remember when I first got to Seattle, he just said, "Welcome to Seattle. We're really glad to have you." And I was just like, I can't remember he knows my name. So that was a big thing for me because I knew the rest of the players wouldn't get a jump on me. So I knew I kind of had an edge as a rookie coming in with new coaching staff. But Chuck Knox was a big reason why I went there.
And sitting behind some Hall of Famers, big Seahawks names, what was it like to kind of learn from them to begin your career in Seattle?
Yeah, you mentioned some Hall of Famer. One, Kenny Easley, became a really good friend of mine. Another guy who was a great player, should be in the Hall of Fame, is a guy named Dave Brown. He has 63 interceptions, I think. He's got the most interceptions of anybody who's not in the Hall of Fame. He should be in the Hall of Fame. But we never went to a Super Bowl, and that kind of hurt him. But no, Kenny was one of the smartest players, and Dave Brown, and there's a guy named John Harris who went to Arizona State as well, probably the smartest player I've ever been around. And they just taught me about work ethic and film study. Football will take care of itself. So yeah, I've had some really good people in my life to help me.
And you were on that Seahawks team where that was the first time that franchise made it to the playoffs. Was there I know you just got there, but was it, when you first came in the building, did it feel different? Maybe like this is a winning culture, even though this team hasn't won much in the past? You kind of felt that coming in?
I actually think Chuck Knox did a really good job of bringing in some guys who had won before. So we brought in Reggie McKenzie, who was older. Not that anybody listening is going to remember that. But brought in a guy named Colin Bryant, who was a former running back for the Rams. Brought in Charlie Young. And so all these guys had playoff experience. And Chuck had told us, he goes, look, this is the most talented team I've ever been around. He goes, we got to figure out how to win. And so he surrounded us with those guys. I didn't know when I came there. I thought, okay, yeah, I mean, I see Kenny Easley, I see Steve Largent. We had just drafted, it became my best friend Kurt Warner, running back out of Penn State. But I don't think we knew until the end of the year. And then we started to get hot. And we started to realize, all right, this is a really talented team. We just got to believe in ourselves.
And I remember you were talking about the Kingdome. You guys, that was loud. Seattle's always been loud. What was it like playing in the Kingdome, as coming in as a kid, for those fans in Seattle, those loud fans in Seattle?
Well, the Kingdome was loud. Obviously, it was made out of cement, and we had a cement roof. And I tell everybody, there's something about the Seattle fans. They're just loud. Doesn't matter, man. The Mariner fans, the old Sonic fans, Husky Stadium. You go into our old Kingdome, I mean, it pierced our ears. It was so loud. But, transition it to now, which is we're at Lumen Field, that thing's loud, and there's no roof on it anymore. So I give a lot of credit to the fans, but the Kingdome's the loudest place I've ever played in my life. It was so loud that I used to tape my ear holes on my helmet, and everybody laughs at that, like, oh, you think that helped? And I go, well, it did. It just to muffle the noise, because it was such a high pitch that it hurt your ears. Mm-hmm. But yeah, you felt invincible when you walked into that stadium.
And I can imagine that energy back to like that first time you guys started making the playoffs. Does it get even more, like, once you get the team winning, I feel like every fan will come out. But for Seattle, the way they had the Kingdome, that dome, it kind of kept everything inside. I think Lumen, they've kind of architectured it to be more amplified.
Absolutely.
Was that is the loudest place you've ever been?
The Kingdome is by far the loudest. The new stadium's the loudest natural noise I've been into. The Kingdome, it wasn't natural. It was just It sounded like a jet engine. It was just an almost uncomfortable loudness to it. And that first year that we went to the playoffs, I remember us coming home from when we beat Miami to go for the right to play in the AFC Championship game and go to the Super Bowl. And there was 10,000 people waiting for us at the airport. Okay. And it was just electric. I mean, and it really, to me, it started there. The 12s, we call them now the 12 man. Yeah, they take a lot of pride up there, and they're pretty loud.
Well, what does it mean to be inducted to the Fullerton College Hall of Fame? Let's keep it local. Let's come back local a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Like I told my friends, I said if I could have a choice to be inducted into one Hall of Fame, college, NFL, high school, I go, it's right here. And the reason why is it is family. It's once a Hornet, always a Hornet. That's not a cliche, man. That's real. I got guys who flew in from out of state to be here for me that I played with. So, and the most impactful men in my life, other than my father, they're Hal Scherbeck, Al Fiola, and Jeff Jesperson, and I'll never forget it. So I'm really honored. I'm excited to be here. My family's excited about it. So just want to thank Fullerton College for having me back here.
And we want to thank you, Paul Moyer, for joining us here for the 2023 Hall of Fame induction ceremony here on 90.1 KBPK. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you, man. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, big turnout. It was hard finding people too. Like we're just running into all these. We're running into every football player, and just meeting people. I ran into Kirk Dodge, who I interviewed back a couple months ago at the Fullerton College alumni game, and he started introducing us to a bunch of Fullerton College Hornets. So it's a really big family atmosphere, like these guys say. Just togetherness and all these, once a Hornet, always a Hornet. You keep hearing that from all these guys, and it's just a good turnout for the school, and just shows how good these athletes are, these local athletes from around Fullerton, California.
So, you and I have always talked football as long as you've been here at Fullerton College. Now, it's just a natural reaction sometimes when you end up seeing someone that you read about, that you know personally, is in NFL, not necessarily, those big-time record books, but you recognize him. You go, that's a guy who's in a Ring of Honor. I know that guy. So tell me, Garrett, how starstruck were you?
Well, I mean, you were watching it too. The pitch starts going up, the eyes get wide. You start talking to these guys, and they just start giving you more information that you didn't even know you knew, or know that they could spill out to you, and you just question after question. I could have talked to him for 20, 30 more minutes if you would have allowed me to. But it's just so awesome that, it's local, and these, people don't know that we have these great athletes from around us that make it to that huge level, to that NFL, to the MLB, and so on and so forth.
So one thing that we have been talking about, and I'll turn up Corey's mic here just momentarily, but one thing that we have been talking about is, we were talking to Garrett just before his interview about how you don't realize it because some people just go, oh, it's community college athletics. Oh, it's just junior college athletics. But you don't realize that these people went on, they did things that were great. You have someone like Paul Moyer, now he gets an opportunity to talk to him. It's a different way of looking at things when you actually get a chance and look at it.
Yeah, and Garrett, I just want to say I'm jealous. We'll talk more about that interview off the air, because you got one of the best compliments that you can ever get from an interview. You know your stuff. You prepared well. So we're going to talk more about that. But again, what an event this is. I mean, we're going to come up and we're going to have Lisa Nelson in just a moment, and we're going to have Angie Baca in just a moment. 2 more inductees into this wonderful Hall of Fame. So I'm going to let you guys keep talking. I'm going to leave.
It's interesting that he mentions that, because you were talking about it earlier as well. You see someone like an Angie Baca. We mentioned her records. We mentioned what type of player she was. Then you also look at someone like Lisa Nelson. Got an opportunity to talk to Bill Chambers earlier about what it feels like to be able to look and see someone who you taught, who you worked with for a long time, go into a Hall of Fame, get inducted into the Hall of Fame. And the biggest thing that he mentioned is that it humbles you and it gives you a sense of pride at the same time. Now, normally people would look at that sentence and go, wait, how do you equate those two? How do you have both of those two words in the same sentence? It's something that you can only realize when you get a chance to interact with these people. It humbles you because you realize that the person that you taught was great in and of themselves. It humbles you because you realize that the person that you interacted with, that you worked with, that you were working alongside with athletes for years, has the opportunity to go into a Hall of Fame because they were great. And then it also gives you that sense of pride because you realize, you know what? That's a person I'm very proud to know. So we're going to have our next interview coming up in just a couple of moments. Garrett, I'll take that mic from you and you'll skedaddle on off. And we're going to have Jerry Roque come up here in just a couple of moments. So once again, we are live here at the 2023 Fullerton College Hall of Fame induction ceremony here on 90.1 KBPK. So we'll set things up here for Jerry in just a couple of moments. Jerry, here you go. I'll give you this. Thank you very much. I'll give you this. Thank you.
Thank you for tuning in with us tonight. I am Jerry Roque, and I'm being joined by Lindsay, live at the 2023 Fullerton College Hall of Fame inductive ceremony. Now, Lindsay, when you talk about water polo, you're at the top of the list. You're a phenomenal shooter in your first and second year there. How much has the game changed, or have you seen any changes in the game since your time here at Fullerton?
Yes. So in addition to actual rules being changed, like back in the day, you'll hear us talk about some 7-meter rule. There's a 5-meter, and now there's a 4-meter. I don't know if that means anything to you, but just refereeing wise, they're looking for such different things than they did back in my day, which was, less than 20 years ago. I will tell you that from my career here, I springboarded and actually played at a big Division I school in New York, and being in bigger pools where there's actually like underwater viewing tanks and you could see the game from underneath versus from the surface level, the amount of like grabbing and holding and whatever you want to call it, cheating, debatable,
right.
Super, super different. And I played in an alumni game in December, and like just the level of play has changed so much because girls are so much more tenacious and aggressive than they were during my time. I feel like it was such a new sport compared to now. It's like a common sport. So
you definitely think right now in the era of water polo that we're in, it's more aggressive, you'd say, whereas like, would you say that during your time it was more like, offensive driven, very like formation driven,
yes,
kind of that stuff?
Very into plays, memorizing plays, learning plays versus more being on the fly like they are now and being able to like read each other. We were more mechanical back in the day.
Okay. And so do you have any like fond memories being here, like back at your like, your proving grounds? Because I was talking earlier with, Ryan and Garrett. I really feel like at the community college level, there's so many different little gold mines of athletes that you'll find within these sports that I feel like just kind of get underlooked, but are able to showcase, exemplary stats and just be all around, all-stars at this community college level.
I will tell you a silly memory. So when I was a freshman here, there's only freshmen and sophomores. The sophomores who were here, who I still look up to this day, took me under their wing. Some of them were a little bit naughtier than most of us were, and there were required runs we'd have to do often before practice, and they weren't supervised. And our coach would tell us, run down to this street, do however many miles, then come back, then we're going to get in the water. And there was one time where Natasha, who's now at the sheriff's department, not my sheriff's department, but a different one.
I wonder if she's listening right now.
I hope so, Natasha.
She's going to
this
get
is
embarrassed.
You. And we went to that McDonald's right down the street.
Oh,
we
such
all
a great
splashed
spot.
water on our face to look
Beautiful.
a little bit sweaty, and then came back, and I could not believe we did that. But that's a hilarious memory to me. Like you're supposed to be getting in shape, you're supposed to be working out, and we absolutely did not that afternoon. So definitely a funny time.
Yeah, they definitely placed that McDonald's there in a really, really prime spot. I'm sure your coach probably afterwards realized kind of have to change up the running routine.
This might be her finding out right now too.
So. See, that might even be like funnier if they find out that way. So being back on this campus, I mean, it brings back a lot of memories. This past year, the Fullerton women's water polo team had an extraordinary season. I mean, how does that like compare to your season that you had with theirs? Like,
So I want to segue that I went to Cal State Fullerton, right? And I came here because Cal State Fullerton didn't have a team, even though they had 2 pools. This is actually Cal State Fullerton's first year too. They now have a team. They're now a legitimate Title IX like college team. So good for them. But for this school with its brand new beautiful pool, we had this horrible L-shaped, very salty, very antiquated, awful pool, and we stuck it out. You know, we went through the trenches so that the girls of today's day and age could have what they have, and it's amazing. This pool is beautiful. This is a beautiful facility, and I do keep up with the girls. I follow their Instagram. Like, they're killing it.
So it is a very community-based team. And I was talking to some of the football guys earlier, and they had also mentioned when I brought it up, I was like, what's it like being able to come back and, kind of reunite and see everybody? And he told me, he was like, oh, well, we all still keep in contact. We're all very close to each other. We talk to each other constantly. It's just kind of nice to be, brought back here under like a special circumstance. It's not just kind of like a night out with your friends or something like that. You're here and you're being honored and recognized as, an all-star athlete for this college. And I, congratulate you for that as well. It's an honor to be here. And I was telling Garrett earlier as well, I mean, it's really, really cool to be here and be kind of like around all of this, spectacular talent. That,
it's wild.
Like I said earlier,
I never would have imagined something like this.
Yeah, no, it's really nice to be here. Do you have any words that you want to like say to some of the viewers that are watching? Any old teammates that might be listening?
You know what? I want to say that whatever stigma there is for, becoming a transfer student or, not going straight to a 4-year, that needs to go away, because I absolutely would not change anything for the world. My way was unconventional, right? I went to Cal State Fullerton and here at the same time, ended up transferring to a school in New York. Like, you never know what possibilities there are out there. So if you are out of high school and you don't necessarily get picked up by the school you want, absolutely go to a community college, Fullerton College if you have to, and your life will be better for it. Like, look where I am today. I don't think I would be anywhere I am if I had not started here. So,
and I'm glad
zero regrets.
I'm glad that you bring that up, because I honestly agree with you as well. I think the junior college route, it often gets looked down upon by some of the people like, oh, well, I went to a 4-year institution right off the bat. But, people take their own routes in different, ways and, time length. I mean, there's no exact timeline that you have to do this as well. And I'm glad that you brought that up with, the 2-year and the 4-year. So I'll ask you this. How much of your development before you transferred out and played at a higher level, how did you feel like the jump was from junior college going into that 4-year?
I will tell you, so I left here in the summer of 2006. The coach who I ended up playing for came out to watch me at a practice, essentially, because I was done here. And then I kept it up at 24 Hour Fitness, and here I was allowed to come back and practice. And then I was the most in shape person week 1, day 1 of my big girl school program. Like, no questions asked, for sure the fastest, for sure had been doing the most strength training, and I learned it all here at this school. So
kind of just goes to show that, those that are hungry for it will put in the extra time and effort to go in and do it. And, I'm going to bring this one up right here. You played all 34 games. You started in 3 your first year, and then in the second year, you were tied for second on the team for field blocks. I mean, how does that feel? I mean, does it feel like that's, more of a team effort, or, 'cause that's a big tally to put up and, record numbers for that? I mean,
it is, and I don't think I fully realized that I was more of a defensive person until that sophomore year. And I was like, you know what? I'm not a goalie, but I'm going to do everything in my power to stop the other team from scoring as much as possible, whether that's sacrificing my arm, my body, whatever it is, And I don't think at the time I even realized it until after the fact. It was second nature. So that's me. I'll always be a defender,
I like that. And, I'm a defensive person as well. I honestly think defense is the most fun aspect of any sport.
For sure.
I just absolutely love spoiling any offensive schemes. If I can figure it out beforehand, and absolutely blow it up. I think it's awesome. And, I'm glad you brought up defense. The Fullerton women's water polo team was just absolutely electric on defense this year. And it really much reminds me of that gameplay that you guys had that year as well. But, fortunately, that's all the time that we have. So I'd like to thank you once again, Lindsay, for coming on the air with me. This is 90.1 KBPK. You're watching the Fullerton College 2023 Hall of Fame Induction Dinner. Lindsay, thank you so much for your time. I very much appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Have a great day.
You too.
I'm going to be joined alongside my friend Ryan once again.
Thank you. All right, so Jerry, I'll take over here if you don't mind. I've got Perry Webster, and we're going to talk a little Fullerton College basketball in just a couple of moments. Look at Jerry. He was trying to take away your drink there.
God, can a brother have a glass of red wine? Jeez.
Perry, we've always talked about the family aspect of Fullerton College. Today's big theme is that once a Hornet, always a Hornet saying. When I was a student, I didn't realize what that meant. Getting an opportunity to talk to people like yourself, the inductees, people who are around the program, you get a sense of what that phrase means to people. When I bring it over to you, what does once a Hornet, always a Hornet mean to you?
Wow, that is a loaded question. I think my experience at Saddleback College I felt so good about, and I felt like Saddleback was such a great place. And when I got to Fullerton, people would talk about this once a Hornet, always a Hornet thing. And I didn't really understand it at first. And now I think 8 years in, you really start to understand the history and the culture that within the athletic department and on the campus of what Fullerton College is and what Fullerton College always has been, and learning about the history and the tradition of all the former coaches and the successes they've had. So once a Hornet, always a Hornet, to me just means being part of a tradition, being the next person in the cog, and down the road in 30 years there's going to be another coach, hopefully winning state championships, and we just talk about once a Hornet, always a Hornet then too.
When I was talking to some of your student athletes, the big question that I asked them wasn't what it felt like when they lifted the state championship trophy. It was, what does it feel like to see your teammate, the guy who you grinded with the entire offseason to get to this point? What did it feel like when they held that trophy? When I flip it over to you as a coach, yes, you know what it feels like when you yourself lift a trophy as an assistant coach, as a player, but what does it feel like to see those guys that you watch train go up and lift it?
God, you got some good questions today. I don't know what got into you, but it's really just, it's just a feeling in your heart of such satisfaction. You have such a love for your players. Well, I know I do. And you appreciate that every day you go to work, and these kids that are 19, 20, 21, they give you this effort and they give you this commitment, and it's to this goal, and they don't have to do that, but they choose to do that, and they make that commitment to each other and to me and to our staff. And so at the end of it, when you see this commitment paying off into being and supplanting themselves and putting themselves in a legacy category where in years to come, hopefully they're back here and we're doing it and we're honoring them at the Hall of Fame banquet, it means everything. These guys, a lot of these guys, I remember a specific conversation with them. They were stretching. We're in the North Gym. They were stretching in the middle of the North Gym. And it was early on. We had just kind of gotten back from COVID. And I remember R.J. Banks and Sean Newman. And these guys were trying to figure it all out. And we were coming off successful years. And they asked me what it meant to, what does it all mean to you? And I said to them, well, it's those banners. We're chasing a legacy. And what you guys are doing is you're here and now you're chasing that same legacy. And those guys bring that up to me, and so it means the world, man. It really does.
When you take a look at yourself personally, you were one of the first coaches that I got to look at and say, okay, I get to introduce myself to this man and ask him what he wants to do in terms of establishing a program. Yeah. When you look at how things have gone, you yourself get to see yourself change from player to assistant coach to first-time head coach, and now you got a blossoming, beautiful family, multiple state championships, and you've got the tutelage of many different athletes that you're proud of. How do you reflect on that time in such a short amount of time?
Yeah, I'm very proud of what we've done. I'm so proud of the lives that we've changed and impacted. I'm so proud of the family that I have and the wife that I have and the 3 children I have. I'm so thankful that we're all healthy and we have this great atmosphere. I'm thankful to walk in to this gym every day and lead this program and be part of this athletic department. It's all meant so much to me, and I got to be honest with you though, and I think that this, I want more. I want more. I'm not satisfied. I believe we can do more. I believe we can continue to elevate. And at the end of the day, that's what gives me life every day, is continue to elevate this program, elevate these kids, elevate this situation, and keep competing for state championships, because it's great to reflect, but I'm forward thinking. And I try to tell my guys the same way, win or lose, you got to move on to the next day. And it was great. We won the state championship. I'm so happy. I'm so proud. It's something I'll always remember. But I'm looking forward to next year. I'm looking forward to getting back in the gym, really getting serious as we get towards the summer, seeing what we can finish here on the recruiting trail, and get back to and trying to defend our throne.
When you take a look at your program, and like you were just talking about, that forward type of thinking, how do you as a coach take a look at your recruits when they first get to Fullerton College and you turn them into men who contribute to the society, who maybe when they came out of high school don't really realize what the college experience is, but when they leave your program, they are set to encounter anything that they may face in the next 10, 15, 20 years?
Yeah, we're just trying to give them tools and ideas, and getting them to reflect and make the right choices on what they do in their lives. And also get them to understand that not every choice that they make is going to be the right choice, and sometimes the wrong choice is going to lead you down a path, and you got to fight your way out of. And that's the whole message, is just be a good person, be a good community member, treat people the right way. I mean, as successful as this team was this year, if you go and you ask the people in this athletic department what they think of the kids, you're going to hear a lot of people that say they think very highly of them and highly of their character and who they represented themselves as every day. So you don't want to just be really high character, not win any games. You don't want to just win games and not be really high character. You want to be able to be both. And I think we've been able to do that here.
Well, thank you very much, Perry. It's always a joy to be able to talk to you.
Yep.
Congratulations again on that state championship.
Thank you. And this is the old ring. I'll get the new one for you guys soon.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's true.
Thank you.
That's true. Thank you. So once again, we are here at the 2023 Hall of Fame induction ceremony at Fullerton College. My name is Ryan Osborne, joining you live here from the Hornets' Nest. Now, if any of you have tuned in for some of the volleyball here on 90.1 KBPK, this is also from the Hornets' Nest. We do it live here on 90.1 KBPK, but you know what? It looks a little different. And the reason being, once again, Hall of Fame induction ceremony. We're going to have the induction ceremonies coming up in just a little bit. We've got speeches, we've got introductions from Fullerton College legends from all across different eras. I mean, you take a look at the, well, we'll say the most aged inductee. You go all the way back to 1957. Then you look at the more recent inductees, 2010s, the 2011s as well. As we're going to talk to Phil Thurman, who is the sports information director here at Fullerton College. And Phil, we were just talking about a few moments ago, eras across Fullerton College are being inducted here. All the way from 1957 to the most recent inductee, if I'm not mistaken, 2010.
Yes.
How do you, as a sports information director, keep track of all that different data and information?
So I collect all the future inductees. I compile a big list, and so if you send me something, I keep it all. So let's say you sent me something from 5 years ago. Hey, I'd like to see this person in the Hall of Fame. I keep it, and I store it, and I pitch it every year. So I never just toss it and say, oh, you know. So I think it's only fair to do it that way. So let's say if someone was pitched, 4 years ago, I'm going to pitch them again this next incoming year. So I have a giant list I keep, and then I do a song and a dance for each one, before the committee, and it's exhausting, but it's worth it. So, yeah.
When you mention that, you get the opportunity, it's unique to anyone else here on campus. When you do get the chance to be able to see what gets approved and who ends up going into the Hall of Fame ceremony, to interact with everyone. Mm-hmm. That's not something that everyone gets to do here on campus, but you're in the unique spot where you get a chance to interact with all of these Hall of Famers and or families. What's that experience been like for you?
It's the best part of my job. I get to meet a lot of fascinating people that have done great things. I get to pick their brain and get to know what makes them tick, and try and pass on some of that knowledge I can get from them onto my own kids and whoever else, maybe the student athletes around here. So I love the history here, and I think that's why I've been here so long. I'm going on my 18th year, and it's the history here that I've fallen in love with, and it's the people and the family atmosphere, the once a Hornet, always a Hornet. I mean, I know it sounds cliche, but it's true, it's real. And everybody here, there's nothing but love in this room. So getting to know all these Hall of Famers is special. And it's something I can't explain in one nutshell, or it's just a special thing that I get to enjoy and speak with these Hall of Famers one-on-one, get to know them, get to know about their families, what they're doing now, what they've done then, what they're doing now. So it's just a special part of my job that I really enjoy.
You mentioned your job being here for a little bit. Everyone has a story of one of their favorite moments as a Hornet or interacting with Hornets. What's been one of those moments? It doesn't have to be your favorite, but one of the ones that stick out in your mind.
I thought I was getting softballs. There's so many moments, but the thing that keeps me going and the reason why I enjoy waking up in the morning is the student athletes. And I know that might sound corny, but it's not. The reason why I'm here is I like seeing these kids go on and do bigger and better things, learn and grow. It's the growing and watching these kids mature and become, young adults and kids into adults and becoming successes. So some of my favorite things are having some of these student athletes come into my office upset. Maybe they're upset with their coach. I say, trust your coach. Where else are you going to go? Work on it. Nothing can be changed. Let's work on you and work on what the coach wants you to do. There's certain things like that. That's happened in the past, and they thrive and they succeed. So watching them move on to the 4-year and then after being a success, that's my favorite part. So I can't say there's one story per se. It's an in general thing that I like to see.
Well, awesome. Thank you very much. We appreciate you joining us. Always a pleasure to talk to you here.
All right, man.
Alrighty. So we're going to keep going. I'll take that from you. Thank you very much. We're going to keep it rolling here in just a couple of moments as we get set for our next interview. I'll hand this over to you as I switch on over. Oh, I'm going to stay here, actually. All right.
Let's all be together.
There we go. So, to my right, Murdad Mojtahedi. I've got Angie Baca over to my left. And Angie, when you take a look at your time here at Fullerton College, very simple. You were one of the best scorers in Fullerton College history. Why'd you pick Fullerton College?
Actually, I was in the LA area, so at the time, Coach Easterly recruited me. And I felt comfortable with her. She made me feel good. And when I took a trip down here to visit the campus, I just loved it. I felt you just have that energy here. So it was a positive. I loved her energy, all the things that she kind of felt with the school and everything. I felt it too. So I'm so glad I made that choice. But I had quite a few other schools that I could have went to, but I selected Fullerton.
What's it like to still know that you have the records for three-pointers, 2 different records for three-pointers to this day?
Right, and I actually just found that out probably like last year. I thought maybe 1, but when they told me it was the three-pointers plus, I knew the scoring records because at the time when I was here, it was in the newspaper. They made a big deal out of it. At the time, I appreciated it, but you just don't realize, because it's been almost 25 years later, and the athletes nowadays are so amazing, their workouts are extreme, and it's just different from when I went back then. So I'm very proud of it. I worked really hard for it, and it was a lot.
You mentioned the time since you played here at Fullerton College. How have you seen the game of basketball kind of change from when you played to now?
Wow, that is a good question. I see many changes. I mean, it's so different in the sense of, yes, it's up and down, but the one thing that I notice is everyone shoots three-pointers now. You know, it's a high-scoring game, and I kind of get frustrated because I do see you can't just shoot a three. It's not just a quick thing. Let me just shoot a three-pointer from half court. Doesn't look entertaining. So for me, I appreciated the game back then where it was a team sport. It wasn't about how many I scored. And yes, I did score quite a bit, but I wanted to win. I wanted to bring the championship to the school, and so it's different in the sense of I just see it kind of more individualized, and how much do you score and all that kind of stuff, and not so much the team.
You were always a successful basketball player, but how much of your success here at Fullerton College had to do with how well you gelled with Debbie Wilke's coaching style?
Man, there's nothing negative I can say about Coach Wilke. She came in, and it was actually very difficult for her when she did come in because it was her first year. She had only 5 returning players. Yeah, 5. And right off the bat, her energy, her positivity, her belief in us, her trust in us, and vice versa. So she was the reason why we were so successful. She came out with such good energy for our team that we needed because we were down from the previous year with a little bit of controversy, which I don't know if you guys knew with the coaches, but anyways, she was what we needed, and we got to the finals, so yeah.
One thing that's interesting that a lot of people mention about Fullerton College is how their experience at Fullerton College set them up for success afterwards and then the rest of their life. How did Fullerton College impact you, not only under Coach Wilke, but just overall?
Well, I'm a mother of 3, and I can tell you from my experience here, like you just learn, like, no matter what you do, you just work hard at it. You got to get with my kids. I teach them, and they're all in sports as well. So I try to, use that same energy of positivity and, whatever you have to do to do your workouts or, just work hard at whatever you do. And I got that from here. So I use it as a parent, and being a good person and just doing the right thing. And I got that from Fullerton. It was a really good school. I loved it.
Did you ever hear Debbie Wilke's words come out of your mouth when you're talking to your children or to someone at work? And
yes, and they don't believe me. Like, they have a hard time understanding I was a basketball player. And I try to explain, this was the best 2 years of my life. Like, just pure happiness. Basketball still is in my blood. I can go get a ball and shoot it anywhere, right? So from her, I absolutely do. I try to just be the best player you can be in anything that you do, right? And just work hard at it. And yes, she was great.
Thank you so much for joining us. They're going to get set to start their induction speeches. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
We appreciate you joining us as we get set for the induction ceremony. Thank you very much. So we're going to get set for the induction ceremony, and in just a few moments, we're going to toss it over to the stage. We want to thank you, Murdad, for joining us here on the air as we continue with the 2023 Fullerton College Induction Hall of Fame ceremony. So let's send it over to the stage here in just a couple of moments, and we've got the Hall of Fame induction speeches getting set to get underway.
Well, good evening, folks. Welcome to the 9th Thank you. My name is David Soto, and I am honored to serve as your MC this evening. Tonight, we will feature stellar athletes from days past, and we will honor the contributions they have made to Hornet Nation. Speaking of Hornet Nation, at this time there is a special guest that I would also like to announce. Currently, he is already standing. Of course, I'm talking about our very great and amazing men's basketball head coach, Coach Perry Webster, over here by the buffet table. some special dignitaries that are here this evening. From the North Orange County Community College District Board of Trustees, we would like to give a shout out to Stephen Blount, ladies and gentlemen, seated right here at table 9. Also, from the North Orange County Board of Trustees, we have Evangelina Rosales in attendance this evening. We have a former North Orange County Community College District Board of Trustee member in Leonard Latman. Where did he go? Can we get him? He's in the back. Oh, there he is. Also in attendance is our new president of Fullerton College, the Dr. Cynthia Olivo. Thank you, Dr. O. We are happy to also have here with us this evening the Fullerton College Interim Vice President of Administrative Services, Henry Moyer, is here tonight. Joining Henry at their table is our new Fullerton College Campus Accounting Manager. It is Anita Carlos here at table 9. Also, a man who may not need a lot of introduction, a counselor coordinator of the Veterans Resource Center, Dr. Nick Armand is here this evening. Where are you, Nick? We're also happy to feature the Dean of the Physical Education Department, the Dr. David Grossman. And, you already know. Please help me welcome the Athletic Director, Fullerton College's own Scott Giles. All right, everybody. The moment has come for us to begin our program. To the stage, we are going to invite a very special guest host for our first 3 inductees. He is a 38-year FJC athletic trainer. He was the former president of the National Athletic Trainers Association. Also an inductee to the NATA Hall of Fame, a 5-time National Athletic Trainer of the Year, and a 2008 Fullerton College Hall of Famer. Please help me welcome the legend, Mr. Bill Chambers.
Nick, you're not very funny. Well, I really appreciate that introduction. You know, what a great night right here in the Warner Nation. For me, it is very special to be back home. And I say home because I spent 38 years of recess here. I never went to work. I went to school every day. And people say, you gotta go to work? No, I gotta go to school. I had 38 years of recess in here. And for those of you that came to my training room, you know how much fun that we had. I'm proud that I have been a Hornet for 61 years. Now, a couple of house things. I want to offer congratulations to Coach Barry Webster for winning the state basketball game. Way to go. I realize this evening is going to take time. However, these Hornet greats we honor tonight need to be properly recognized. And to put a time restraint on these honorees is like putting a governor on a damn Corvette. I would like at this time for all the already inducted Hall of Fame members to stand up. I know there's some here. Where are the Hall of Fame members that are here tonight? Would you please stand? We would be very remiss if we did not have a moment of silence to all the Hornets that are no longer with us and are in Hornet heaven. Would you bow your heads, please? Thank you very much. A very special thanks to Ben Baca. Where's Ben? A very special thanks to Ben for keeping the Hornet Nation together. Ben was on the 83 team and is passionate about Hornets. Without his dedication and hard work, the stadium on Sherback Field would not be a reality. And in September, we play the first Hornet football game on Sherback Field. So I hope you all will be. Please turn off all cell phones, pagers, and make sure that your pacemaker is working. And I have the honor of presenting and inducting the 106 members of the 1983 National Football Champions into the Hornet Hall of Fame. Those here, those that could not join us physically, and those that have gone on to be with Coach Allen in Hornet heaven. Tonight, there will be no delay of game penalties. Okay? And the team, this 83 team consisted of a group of Orange County athletes that were blended together as Hornets. The coaching staff put this group on discipline, competition, and dedication for a cause. You men paid the price showing up and giving 100% every day. These Hornets did not hope to win. They were confident they were going to win because that's what Hornets do. Compared to teams now, they didn't have the heart your 83 Hornets had on both sides of the ball. Now, most of your 83 members remember things that were said and done in the training room. You can relax, but that will not be mentioned tonight. The statute of limitations protects me. Some of you, as I got through the ordinance, some of you have spent too much time at the hometown buffet, and you need to go back to the gym. There's an old story that what goes around comes around. Think about that tonight for you football 83ers. Can you think back tonight is going to be kind of like one of those 5 and 6 hour ordeal football banquets that Hal put us through. Remember those days? So I would be very remiss if I have a feel of story. And God rest it, we wish it could be with us. When we were up in Bakersfield to play for the national championship, it was an overnighter, and we stayed, we had a dinner and stuff like that. And so we did bed check. At 3 in the morning, I get a phone call from hotel security. And I said, yeah, they said, Mr. Tabor said, we've got a guy in a Fullerton College jacket that's walking around the parking lot out here kind of mumbling things. I said, mumbling things? He said, yeah. I said, he's not making sense. I said, oh, don't worry about it. That's one of our coaches. He's harmless. Don't worry about it. He's okay. Just leave him alone. Well, I asked him the next morning, I said, Al, what the hell are you doing out in the parking lot? He said, hell, He says, you know, that damn people from the town are going to come steal our game plans. I had to make sure nobody came and steal our game plans. Al had convinced himself that this is what was going to happen. Another story, and I've debated as to whether or not to tell this or not, but I'm going to, because it's a true story. We had a football player named Adam Blowitz. I don't know if he's here tonight. Are you here, Adam? Frank, and I'll tell the story. The night before we played the football game, we had a team meal. I got up and talked to the team. I said, now look, we're going to have a lunch tomorrow, and said you can have anything you want to eat. Make sure you eat everything that's on the plate. If you want to put ketchup on your eggs, that's fine. But the potassium will keep you from getting cramped. If you want to eat pancakes, great. That's a lot of energy, okay? I forgot about it. Well, the next morning I got up, and Adam is sitting over by himself. Nobody will sit with him. People have to turn around and walk on. Hal said, you know, what's wrong with Adam? I said, all right, it looks clean. So I said, well, so I went over and looked, and Adam had put a big stack of pancakes and had put ketchup all over it. And he said, hey, Bill, no cramps and lots of energy. And I said, that's right, Adam, have at it, big boy. So there will be an 83 team photo up here when we get all done. There you will get medals, but you only get medals if you come up and stay until the end to get your photo. Hopefully, you'll be able to get up here and get your photo by midnight. But in closing, a Hornet is something that you will never take, no one can ever take away from you. There's no such thing as an ex-Hornet or former Hornet. And hopefully tonight we'll bring back many fond memories of the 1983 season and the recognition of each of you being inducted into the Hornet Hall of Fame. And this should always be a special memory for you. And at this time, I would like to have all the Hornet footballers and cheerleaders, coaches, please stand and be recognized. Great. I guess probably I can welcome you into the Hornet Hall of Fame. When we get all done tonight, come up, let's get a team photo, we'll get your medal, which will be something that you can wear and show with a great deal of pride. So, for the 83 team in Georgia night, the next thing I have to do is I have to try to say something meaningful for Nick Fuscardo on his induction into the Hornet Hall of Fame. I asked Nick to explain the game of baseball to me in simple terms. I didn't have a long time to spend listening to him yak. He said, well, simply, here's the deal. The person with the ball is on defense. Okay? And he said, you're supposed to, a person with a bat, round bat, is supposed to hit a round ball. Okay? And he said, and besides, there's a slam, I get tickled when I think of it. Also, a grand slam is not a breakfast at Denny's. That's the way Nick coached. So, Nick, you will be filmed timed tonight, so keep in mind that the brain will only absorb what the gluteus maximus will endure, okay? So you're on the clock, and so you can't take all day long. Nick is supposed to be retired from baseball, but he continues to support the Hornet baseball. The Hornet baseball tournament in February, which he organized and started, continues to grow. This past year, there were 144 golfers, which was a sellout, and it raised, again, over $10,000 for the Hornet baseball program. And because of Nick started it, and he worked hard to get that going. Nick's stories and presence are always fun. Nick's recognition tonight is not based solely on his won Morris records, even though he has won more games than any other Hornet baseball coach. He has made a positive impact on many Hornet baseballers, not only on the diamond, but in their lives and also in the lives of many Hornet athletes, Fullerton College and the city of Fullerton. His attendance at many Hornet athletic events as a cheerleader, supporter, volunteer, helper, you name it, he's been there, and his presence has been noted by all. On Facebook, Nick stated that Dr. Tommy Lasorda was his role model. Unfortunately, Tommy is no longer with us, but it should be noted that both are Italian, both have biscuits and gravy bodies instead of beach bodies, both talk a lot and never say anything worth listening to. And as a matter of fact, Nick told me tonight that he remembers being able to get out of bed without sound effects. So, Nick, you should be on the defensive line. Nick, you have been friends of baseball. May you always have love to share with countless friends that enjoy your friendship. Enjoy tonight recognition. As you've always done and continue to do, stay focused on people, especially all the Hornets. You dedicated your heart and soul to the Hornet baseball, and by doing so, have become successful in the game of life. Laughter is the best medicine, and you've provided many laughs on the baseball field, in the classroom, in the coach's locker room, and when you were officiating high school football games, as well as on campus. For everyone here and all who you know you, congratulations. Convention wisdom has always said, do not give an old baseball coach a microphone. He has too many innings to talk about. Nick, would you please come up and okay, that cost you a minute.
Hey, thank you very much, y'all. This is absolute. When I got a call from Phil and the committee on the Hall of Fame that I was going to go into this prestigious and I think greatest Hall of Fame in America, with all the great people that are out there and the big people that are in here, I'm humbled by it. I thank you for it. And I cannot tell you, I was walking through here and I saw Jeff Andrews and all the Hornets that are here. Loved you guys. Love you guys. So thank you for being here. And now, where's the toilet paper? Funny. Phil said you get 8 minutes. What? What happened? Where's my glasses? I want to say thank you to Bill Chambers, as we all know him. He's just the warmest human being I think I've ever known. I remember one day I was on the sidelines of a football game, and Bill went out to treat a kid, and he comes off, and I said, thank you. And I said, what happened to Bill? Bill said, he's pregnant. I was really hurt by that, Bill. Anyway, Bill's a great trainer. Another real quick one is I went in the locker room. We shared the same locker room, and I was right next to him. And he opened his locker, and he had a whole stack full of gum. And I said, hey, Bill, can I get one of those? He goes, no. Boom, slams it and walks out. But he did pay me back later on in my career whenever he retired down to Webster Village, and he came out to be my trainer. But yeah, getting to the business here, like I said, it's a thrill to be here. I'm humbled. My beautiful wife, Susan, of 55 years. A lot of you guys out there in America know what I'm talking about. She's a rock in our family, and I just love her so much. I feel, I want to say thank you to Phil, Gina, Dave, President Oliva, is she here? Where are you, President Oliva? Please stand up and take a bow. President Oliva is brand new to the Hornets, but she's truly a Hornet, and she's right here to support our athletic program as well as our academic programs. Welcome to Fullerton College. Love you. Okay, listen, you know, I feel like I'm the luckiest man on this earth, I swear. My grandma and grandpa came here from, they were Italian immigrants, came to our country. They raised us, taught us respect, love, hard work, and whatnot. And I think that in growing up with that kind of environment, you know, we had so many people that my cousins and all, and I'm blessed by today. Angelo came out and flew back from West Virginia.
Bernie, oldest brother. Where's my son Joey over here? He came in from Texas. Then, of course, my daughters, Julie, husband Ed, and my beautiful granddaughters, Gianna and Sophia. And then my daughter Marcy, her husband Chris, Mary Chris. Somebody told Chris, like, hey, congratulations on that 83. He was 3 years old. They thought he played on that. And then my granddaughter Carmela, and my big boy right there, Nico, love him. And let's see, Guy D, where are you, Guy D? Guy D, stand up, Guy, I want them to see your face. Everybody thinks that we're like twins. My lifetime friends, I met Billy Morris. He's a Hornet. He's an All-American. He's a Hall of Famer. He's an SC guy. And I'll tell you, one of the nicest human beings I've ever met in my life, Billy Morris, Hornet forever, and his beautiful wife, Dolores. Terry Don, I met him at El Camino College, and Linda, beautiful wife Linda, he's been my lifelong friend, and I appreciate everything he does. And Rod Clark, who coached for me, that played with the Hornets, awesome. Julie, take those good pictures. Okay, so, anyway, I just want to say this. I went to Sarah High School in Gardena. And when I got there, my life changed. I was in a class and I got tapped on my shoulder and they said, you have to see Father Riley. Father Riley was a Catholic priest, I was Catholic, and Father Riley asked me if I think I had any aspirations to become a priest. I went, jeez. So I said, I haven't thought about it, Father. Anyway, I said, I'll think about it. I went home, my dad and mom laughed, and they said, what'd you tell him? I said, he's my religion teacher. I'll get an F if I don't tell him. Anyway, I met a man there who you guys all know here, and his name was Coach Al Fiola. Let's give a good hand right now to Al Fiola. Coach Fiola. Okay, now listen, all those football players, all you guys in this room know the favorite word of Coach Fiola. It starts with a G. When I count to 3, I want to hear it. 1, 2, 3. Great. Everything was great. Love Coach Fiola. I decided at that time that I wanted to be a coach and a teacher. And so I went home and told my mom, I think I decided what I'm going to do, Mom. I said, I'm going to become a coach and a teacher. She said, oh no, honey. I just looked it up. I want you to become a pharmacist. I said, Mom, I don't even know how to spell that, you know. So I looked at, no computers then, kids, but I looked in the encyclopedia, checked that word out and find out what that meant. 12 years of school to become a pharmacist, and I said, nah, I became a coach. Thank you, Coach Fiola. I love him. Say a prayer for him. Keep him in your prayers. We struggle a little bit right now. When I was a kid also, I played for the Giant Rookies, and just to tell you a little bit about my why? And I think I cried. And they said, you're going to be the first Fuscardo to go to college and graduate. And I called Mr. Genovese and he said, tell your dad he's a very smart man. And boy, indeed he was. I know he's up there smiling right now down at us, you know, but he was a factor in my life. I went to El Camino College. Never thought I could play there. I made the club somehow. Had a great time there. I ended up playing baseball and graduated from a little place back in West Virginia called West Liberty State College. And I say that because that's where I met some more lifetime friends. I learned how to play. I learned what not to do. And my coach didn't like to squeeze or didn't like to hit 3-0. But I said, I'm doing that, you know, because I want to be aggressive. And so I learned some things from him. One of the great men of my life was Livio Orsini. He helped me get into West Liberty, and he was an absolute jewel. When I graduated, I came out and I ran into Bobby Johnson. Some of you know Bob Johnson, who's a coach down at El Toro, Mission Viejo. Bobby said, Coach, what are you doing? And he said, Nick, what are you doing? I said, I'm looking for a job. I interviewed at South Torrance High School as a they had a gymnastics job. I couldn't even do a forward roll, but I thought, I'll learn. Bobby said, go to Orange County. So I came out, went to Troy High School, worked there, a lot of Troy High School people here. Awesome. David Shaw. And also then my life turned. I was at Troy High, had really good years, and Augie Brito was a good friend who said, hey, why don't you come over and join my staff? I said, I will. So I was thrilled. I needed one of the greatest coaches in America. So Mike Scoba, who was a skipper here at Fullerton, called me up and he said, Nick, are you leaving Troy? And I said, I am. He said, get over here and talk to me. And I got a job with him. He taught me a whole lot of things. One of the things was that he was always prepared. He was prepared. Anybody seen Bill? So anyway, I did come over. I learned a lot from Mike School. I got the head coaching job. Coach Sherbeck, who, by the way, he helped the Post-it Note Company because he used to give us notes all the time. Kenny Hill, Bill, Norm, those guys are beauties, man. And I'll tell you, I love Fullerton College. It's deep in my heart. I love my family. I love you guys. I'll always be a Hornet, because what do they say? Once a Hornet, always a Hornet. Love you all. Thank you very much.
Congratulations and thanks to the Hall of Fame Selection Committee for finally recognizing Lisa Nelson. She was a student athletic trainer with me from 1979 to 1982. And after she passed her athletic trainer certification exam, she left us and started to work at Cal Poly Pomona. When one day he left us, I went to Hal and asked him if he had any suggestions as to who we should hire. I told him my first and only choice was Lisa. He said, that is my first and only choice too. Go find her. Well, I found out that she was at a coach's clinic up in San Luis Obispo. And now this was before cell phone. And so I called a friend of mine up in San Luis Obispo and told him I needed to get in touch with Lisa as soon as possible. And I said, can you find her for me? And he said, well, after I described Lisa to him, he said, oh, you mean that lady that dances all night? Well, the rest is history. I got in touch with her, and we worked in harmony for 13 years. I consider it a rare opportunity and honor to be an advocate for Lisa's induction into the Hornet Hall of Fame. It is a privilege to bring attention to her countless contributions and impact she has had on Hornet athletes. In 1991, she saved footballer Tony Saragusa's life. He had a ruptured spleen in the potato ball. In 2009, he saved the life of baseball player Jared Marshback. Always there when something bad happened. This Hall of Fame was established to recognize and honor Hornets like Lisa, whose willingness to give time, expertise, and leadership to all Hornet athletes, especially those needing care. When we worked together, she was always willing to go above and beyond her duties. I was fortunate to witness firsthand her skill, and it was great working side by side with her. The Hornet athletic health care was never compromised thanks to Lisa. No, not one to be in the spotlight or seek recognition. Lisa, enjoy tonight, as tough for you it is, being recognized and honored. Thanks for all you've done for the Hornet athletes, but most of all, for always being there with me. Lisa Nelson.
Christmas tournaments with Colleen Riley, my kids running around here while they were growing up, and some amazing teams play ball here. Tonight, I'm so pleased, honored, and humbled to be inducted into the Fullerton College Athletic Hall of Fame, and to join past recipients, many of whom I've worked with and long admired and respected. I would like to give a special thanks to the Hall of Fame Committee for selecting me for this tremendous honor. Congratulations to this year's inductees, including my cherished friend and co-worker Nick Viscardo and the 1983 football team. I have been so fortunate to work with so many of you and see the incredible contributions that you made to Fullerton College athletics. I would like to thank my family and friends who came out to support me tonight. I'd like to thank my sister Christy, my brother Mark, my nieces Cammie, Tracy, and Stephanie. Thanks for being here. It means a lot to me. My kids, Tyler and Connor, are on the East Coast, and they were unable to make it tonight. But I would still like to thank them for always understanding when I had to work long hours, which caused me to miss many of their athletic events and activities. Anybody who knows me knows how important family is to me, and that includes my Hornet family. Woo! Oh, yeah. My Fullerton College journey started when I was recruited to swim by Sue Beers. Thank you, Sue, for that amazing experience. And if it were not for you, I'm certain that my life trajectory would have been quite different. I would also like to thank Wendy Scabell-Renley. She's not here tonight, but she was my first mentor in athletic training. She taught me so much, and she's the reason that I chose athletic training as a profession. When I look back at my success as an athletic trainer, I have realized that it is the direct result of the athletic trainers I've had the privilege of working with. I've always heard you're only as good as the people you surround yourself with, and that proved to be true for me. I would like to give a big thanks to Bill Chambers. He not only mentored me for 2 years, but I also worked with him, I think it was 11 years, he said 13, of my 27 years. As a mentor, he taught me so much about the profession, and when I graduated, he helped me get my first job at Cal Poly Pomona, and following that, my dream job here at Fullerton College. As most of you know, working with Bill was like being part of a comic relief show. All the time. Bill would always say that he never felt like his job was work. Looking back, I'm not sure I totally agree with that. But we did have an amazing time. Bill, thank you for everything that you've done for me. I also worked with Dave Chaffin for 8 years and Juan Cuevas for 8 years. Oh yeah. They both were students of mine, and like Bill and I was fortunate enough to be able to work with them. Juan and Dave, thank you so much for making me better at my job and always being there for me. You both were a joy to work with. I would also like to thank all my student athletic trainers, and some of them are in this room from way back when. I want to thank you for making our job easier. All of you are such a big part of how we get our job done, and I don't think we could ever do it without you. I would like to thank the exceptional coaches I've had the opportunity to work with. They trusted me, and they always made me feel like I was a part of the team. For that, I will always be grateful. I would also like to thank the staff I worked here, the staff that's here tonight. I really appreciate your commitment and behind-the-scenes work that often goes unnoticed. You made this staff member look good. As you can imagine, after 27 years of working with athletes and coaches, I have so many stories to tell, especially working with Bill. Even a few of my funny stories are about myself and my own blunders. For example, the time I knocked the door off the van pulling out to go to a football game. Let's just say, Hal Sherbert was not very happy about seeing our van door laying on the sidewalk. That being said, one story stands out alone above all others. I'd like to share that with you. It was September 28th, 2009, a little before 11 a.m. The athletic training room was packed. We had a line out the door. And for some reason, I wanted a chicken bowl from Flame Broiler. So I told Juan, hey, would you like a chicken bowl? I'll treat, go down to Flame Broiler and get us a chicken bowl. I said, I'll go when the students come in. And Juan said, no, go. The tables are full, I'm good. So I bebop out to my car, which is parked in the B2 lot, and I think many of you are probably parked in that lot. As I go out that narrow exit, I see a commotion at the end of the street, which was people were running to the backside of the tennis courts. So as I drove by, I looked past the tennis courts and I couldn't see anything because there were so many people. So I drove out onto the street and I slowly went by the cars that were parked on the street and I looked back. As I looked back, I could see somebody laying on the ground. So I pulled over on the red curb and I put my flashers on and I ran back. And sure enough, it was one of our baseball players, Jared Marchbanks, had a full cardiac arrest in front of his car. So as I approached, somebody had rolled him over, but nobody was doing CPR. Everybody just kind of stunned. And so I took a pulse, no pulse, started CPR right away. As I was doing CPR, doing chest compressions, I was thinking, I need an AED, man. I need to shock this guy. I need an AED. And then I look up as I'm doing chest compressions and I see one of our football players and I said, go get Juan. Tell him we need the AED. So off he went. Luckily he had a skateboard, so it was very quick. And he went and got Juan, and I continued to do CPR, which seemed like forever. And at one point, I had somebody get my purse, and I had my phone in there. And I asked somebody, anybody know how to do CPR? Because I felt like, I need Juan, where's Juan? And a guy goes, I can do CPR, so he starts doing CPR, and I get on the phone, and I said, Juan, where are you? And he's like, I'm right here. And he comes rolling around the corner with the AED, and he slaps the pads on Jared, and we shock him, and the AED tells us to continue CPR. So we're thinking, oh no. So Juan goes into CPR. He starts doing chest compressions and mouth to mouth. And then all of a sudden, I think it was 1 round, I'm not sure, 2 rounds, that Juan was doing that, and the machine said, discontinue CPR. And it was so quick after that when the ambulance showed up, the fire department showed up, you know, they packaged him, put him in, and off he went. It was just really, really fast. And there's Juan and I looking at each other, kind of like stunned, right? Like, what the heck just happened? And I go, high five. And I'm like, I'm gonna go get us some chicken bowls. I'm still hungry. And so I start walking out to my car, and I get out to my car, and there's something on my window. And as my car is parked on the red curb, and I'm not lying about this, as my car is parked on the red curb with the flashers going, and I'm saving somebody's life over here, by the way, somebody puts a coupon on my window that says, buy one, get one free at Flame Broiler. At that moment, I pointed up and said, thank you, God, for putting me here today and allowing Juan and I to save Jared's life. And thank you, God, for that chicken bowl. Thank you very much.
So far, we will continue our inductees, starting with our next one. Ladies and gentlemen, a athlete out of Villa Park High School. Paul Moyer played football at Fullerton College in 1979 and 1980. He was selected as the South Coast Conference Defensive Player of the Year, was a first-team All-State selection, and earned junior college All-American honors. Moyer went on to play for the Arizona State Sun Devils and the Seattle Seahawks. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the 2023 Fullerton College Hall of Famer, Paul Moyer.
Well, thank you. What an honor. And who's being inducted who went to Villa Park? Okay, I was right behind you. She thought she was being called up here as the Paul Moyer person. But shout out to Villa Park, by the way. It's where I did go to school and high school. And look, first of all, this really is an incredible honor. Well, it's been 14. Which is amazing to me. Time has passed by so much. I will say this about Bill Chambers and Lisa. Thank you for taping my ankles, because without you, I would not have made it to the NFL. But Lisa she was an intern at that time, very young, and I think most of the guys wanted to get on the table and get our ankles taped by her. So that was good. One more thing before I get started. I did see some pictures of me. I've got to change that. One of them I'm being run over by and the other one I'm being drugged by Todd Christensen. So I got to change those out. I think I was better than that. Lisa actually mentioned about family for her, how important it is. And for those who know me, it's the same. Family's everything to me. I was very fortunate to have a great upbringing. I had two phenomenal parents that raised me. My father, Jim, is back there. Thanks for coming. Unfortunately, my mother, my biggest fan been a kind of a weird week. Matter of fact, my son Nick and his better half Kelsey, we did the reveal yesterday. We got another baby girl coming to the family, so we're excited about that. But family is really what we're all about. And I have people that flew in from Texas. I have great friends that I played with here. Matter of fact, I think Jeff Carpenter is probably the farthest friend flew in from Texas. Thank you, Jeff. I'm going to mention some of you guys in a bit, but I'm definitely a shout out to my mom. She wanted to be here, and she would have been here obviously she could, but I know she's here in spirit. I came here in Fullerton back in 1979, and for those who remember the time, and it was Fullerton College, it's hard for me to not say that still. Back then, you had to live in the district that was your junior college. So I was Villa Park, so back then you had to go to Santa Ana College. I didn't want to go to Santa Ana College because I wanted to play football and baseball. And the football coach said, man, you can only play football here. And I'm like, well, that's not good. Fullerton and met the great, legendary coach, Hal Sherbeck. I mean, the best of the best. And what he told my family and me was, look, this is family. Truly want to do in life. And so for that reason I said, well, I'm going to come here. But I had to actually get a dorm at Cal State Fullerton. I had to live in this area to be eligible to play football. And so that was part of my journey on that. It was how much it meant to me to be here when Coach Sherbeck really brought to the table. I want to bring up family. Where's Mark Miller? I got Mark Miller. I got Jeff right there. Thank you, Carpenter. Where's Kirk Dodge? There he is. He's over there. Jeff Sanchez was supposed to be here tonight. I'm going to mention him in a bit too because I played with him and he's being inducted into this Hall of Fame. Unbelievable. There's some other guys I know I've forgotten. I'm actually going to write them down. Kirk Dodge, Ken Fowler. Where's Ken? Ken, hardest hitting linebacker in a freaking business right there. That was a good football team back in 1980. An unbelievable defense. 1983, you were a better football team. No question, but I put up our defense against anybody. But the reason why I bring that up about families, these guys were willing and were honored. They wanted to be a part of this tonight with me as well. And I just want to thank you guys, man. You're my brothers forever, so thank you. I'm going to bring up Jeff Sanchez. Jeff, you'll see in the program. Jeff's not here tonight. He had something that unfortunately he couldn't make it here today. For those who remember Jeff was a year younger than me. He was a freshman when I was a sophomore. But I was an All-American my freshman year. Jeff went on to become an All-American the sophomore year. Walked on to Georgia. And he was an All-American and walked on to Georgia because it was a school he always wanted to go play. Now I'm the strong safety and he's the free safety. It's a pretty good tandem at that time. He went, I think he had 9 interceptions his junior year, 13 or 16 something when his collegiate career at Georgia. Got drafted to Pittsburgh in the 12th round. And I remember when they cut him. They cut him in 1983 or 4, probably 84. And I asked the Seahawks to bring him on as a player. I go, this guy can play. And they said, you know, the problem, he was about 180 pounds, safety, and he came with it. And they just said, he's just a little light in the pants. And the reason I'm bringing this up, I want you all to remember Jeff Sanchez. Jeff Sanchez is to me, and I played and coached with the Seahawks for 12 years. I played with Kenny Easley, who's a Hall of Famer. I've been around some great players. Pound for pound, Jeff Sanchez, the best football player I've ever played with. And so I just want to throw that out here today. Football players, we know time. And so when I talked to Phil and he said, you have 3 to 5 minutes, I said, Phil, I'm pretty good at writing speeches, not 3 to 5 minute speeches. But I'm going to because time matters. Nick, you were on a 3-inning time on your speech. But no, it was great. But the reason why I want to close with this is 40-some years ago, I would not be here today without Coach Hal Sherbeck, Coach Jeff Jesperson. For those who know, we lost him about a year ago. I was honored to get a chance to speak at his memorial. And then the greatest. It's Coach Viola. Coach Viola. And Coach Phil is still with us. So I can keep a prayer for him. But I'm going to bring you back, it was after my junior year, it was 1981. And I started my first 3 games with Arizona State, and I just was not playing well. I mean, I lost all confidence. When the season was over, I was actually going to transfer because I wanted to play baseball. I was going to transfer back, and some of you know the story, so sorry if I'm repeating it, but I wanted to transfer back to Cal State Fullerton and play baseball. And I called the 3 coaches, or they called me when they heard this. And back then, look, it was called tough love. And these were men. They taught you how to be men. They were leaders of men. And their voice to me was, if you leave Arizona State and transfer to Cal State Fullerton, you'll regret this the rest of your life. He goes, you can play baseball at Arizona State if you want, but you are a quitter if you leave that school. And look, I'm not going to preach, but we're in a society today in football and in college where you're there 1 year and you're in a transfer portal. It's an easy way out, how do I get paid? And the reason why I bring this up is that taught me tough love. Now, I fought through that, and I had a great senior year. I went on and had a pretty good NFL career, and I say that humbly because I've had so many people in my life that helped me with this. He mentioned I was an All-American, and I was the Defensive Player of the Year for the South Coast Conference. I wasn't the best player on our team in Fullerton in 1980. But the coaches pushed it so hard because they wanted me to get that recognition and get a scholarship and go on and hopefully have a lasting career. So I just want to thank Fullerton for this honor. It is an honor to me. I want to thank my family, and they're all here. There's too many of them. I'd name them all, but I'd go over like 8 minutes. But I want to thank you. I mean, they're the love of my life and what it's all about. But I want to also say to Fullerton, thank you, because I wouldn't be here. This is special. Keep it up, because this means so much to all of us who were here before. So I just want to thank you.
Congratulations, Paul Moyer. On to our next inductee. A standout basketball player from John Glenn High. Angie Baca thrived at Fullerton College under first-year head coach Debbie Volpe. Baca went on to smash the record books, scoring a total of 1,109 points during the 1997-98 season, a record that still stands today. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to please help me welcome the 2023 Fullerton College Hall of Famer, Angie Baca.
Thank you. Good evening. I would like to thank the Fullerton College Athletic Hall of Fame for this incredible honor. I would like to mention Sue Beers for starting this prestigious award here at Fullerton. That has allowed us to have this great experience and be recognized. I also want to congratulate my fellow inductees and say it is an honor and privilege to be standing here with you all. My time here at Fullerton was incredible. The moment I walked on campus, it felt like home. In 1996, I was fresh out of high school and wanted to prove to everyone that I was a great basketball player. I was 5'4", fast, aggressive, and had an amazing shot. I worked every day to improve in every way possible. With every goal I achieved, for breaking the school scoring record and three-point records, it would not have been possible without my coaches and teammates. They encouraged and gave me the confidence to strive to be the best player I could be. I wanted to thank Coach Wilkie for giving me the strength, the work ethics, positive reinforcements that I needed. I was very fortunate to have you as my coach. You came in trusting us and believing we could accomplish anything. Because of you, we fought every step of the way and had an amazing year. You are a true leader, and your legacy here will continue at Fullerton. I want to thank my family for being here tonight. I love you all. My Aunt Kathy, Aunt Baby Jean, Uncle Bill, Mom and Dad, my sister, my brother-in-law, my nephews, my husband, and my 3 kids. I love you all. I especially want to thank my brother who took the time to take me to the basketball courts and do shooting drills and workouts when I first started playing. He believed in my abilities before I did. He truly showed me what I needed to do to be the best. Thank you, I love you. To my sister Monique, my best friend, you've always been my biggest supporter. Thank you for being at every game and my loudest cheerleader. To my mom and dad, thank you for supporting and loving me so much. I am truly grateful that you both are here tonight. To my husband and 3 kids, I love you with all my heart, and I am accepting this award for all of you. My last thing would be, take nothing for granted, work hard, and always appreciate what God has given you. And last but not least, once a Hornet, always a Hornet.
Angie Baca. On to our next inductee. A local from next door, Fullerton High School, Forrest Frosty Younger first played football for FJC in 1952, where he broke the school record for punt returns with 36 for 357 yards. This is a record that stood for 51 years. Upon completing his military service in the United States Air Force in 1957, Forrest came back to Fullerton College, where he finished as the Eastern Conference Track and Field Athlete of the Year, breaking the record in the 110 high hurdles, javelin, and the 220 low hurdles. Accepting tonight's award on behalf of his father will be Tino Younger. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me honor our 2023 Fullerton College Hall of Famer, Forrest Frosty Younger.
Thank you so much. Does this fit in here? No. Okay, perfect. This is why everyone's holding it. Clearly. So I'd like to share with you a little bit about my father. I know Bill has been here the longest, and Bill didn't even know who the hell Frosty Younger was. So when I shared it with him, he was pretty excited that he had all the info for the evening. So my father raised me on his own from the age of 5. From the day that he picked me up, and I remember it like yesterday. He picked me up, I got in the car, and there was I'm gonna be the crier. Nobody else is crying, so I'm gonna be the guy. So I remember when he picked me up, I had this peace about me. And I remember, I don't know, I didn't get it at the time, but I just knew that I was safe. My father did everything with me. He took me in his car when he went to work in the middle of the night moving houses and made me a little thermos with hot chocolate in it because he drove around in front of the house all night. I ultimately fell asleep. He was an innovator in babysitting. So his babysitting technique was, I'm going to drop my 10-year-old son off at the AMC Theater at the Orange Mall, and I'll drop him off in front, and I'll pick him up at midnight when all the movies are over. Pretty smart guy. Then we evolved to, now I'm going to drop him off at Fred Kelly Stadium, and he can go be the ball boy for the football team at El Medina High School, where nobody knows who he is because he's the cute, long-haired, blonde-headed kid. He'll fit right in. I believe I watched Paul Moyer play against El Medina back in those days. He spent, well, the one other thing he did, which was parenting in the 70s, I guess, or at least his parenting. I got a call from, well, my father got a call from the Toronto Blizzard, a professional soccer team, and they were interested in me coming to their camp for the summer, their youth camp. I didn't know anything about it. My dad said, "You're going to Toronto." He took me to the airport, dropped me off, told me where to go. On a plane to Toronto, all by myself. That was just standard operating procedure. My father was responsible for every single practice and game that I participated in as a child. And back in those days, we were football, baseball, basketball, soccer, everything. We didn't say a lot of words together, which you will find out as we get into all the things that are over there. But I tell people my father didn't say I love you too often, but I never questioned his love and his devotion for me, because in all those years, every practice, every game, he forgot me once. And I was at Saravilla, sitting on the curb, waiting, he'll be here, he'll be here. Finally, I got the nerve up to go knock on the door, and he goes, "Oh my God, I totally forgot. I'm so sorry." Like he was at home. It wasn't like a Friday night when he was out at the bar and he dropped me off at the movie theater. He literally just forgot me. He would play catch with me every single day. He would work all day, he'd come home, he would play catch with me. He taught me how to throw a football, he taught me how to punt, he taught me how to hold the ball, he taught me how to throw a baseball. He wasn't a good baseball player. But every single day, his devotion to me was always on display. He always coached my teams. Ironically, never did he coach me in track or football, which are the two things he's being inducted into the Hall of Fame for. Now, I have a reason for the track. I'm not sure about the football, but he was always an assistant coach, so he could be there. He was never my direct coach. I don't remember him ever telling me how to hit a baseball. I don't remember him ever telling me how to catch a baseball, but he was always there. Always, always, always. So I think the track situation came in play, and it's interesting because my niece is here, and she ran the hurdles, and he coached her in the hurdles, but his son ran the hurdles, but he never coached his son in the hurdles. And I'm thinking maybe it's because when I came home in junior high and I told them, "Hey Dad, they want me to high jump." "Oh really?" Yeah. So he built me a high jump pit. Got the mattress out, got the 2x4s out, put the nails out, marked it all up. And I went over backwards. And my dad about lost his mind. Because as you can see in the video, he went over forwards. He goes, "What in the hell is that?" I said, "What are you talking about? What are you doing?" "Well, that's what they taught me how to," that was the end of the track lesson in junior high and for the rest of my life, I believe. If he was in the country, he attended every single one of my games. Never missed a game. If he was out of country, because again, the parenting skills come into play. When your son is in high school and it's summertime in Australia and New Zealand, in the wintertime, you leave your son home alone for a month by himself so you can go on vacation. Other than that, he was in every one of my games. I had a game when I went to Laverne. My father had gone off a cliff in Idaho, 2,500 feet down a mountain. He was in the ICU for 10 days in Idaho. He came home on he came home on Friday, and he was at my game on Sunday in my championship game. As an athlete, the things you hear tonight, you're only getting that a little bit later than I did, because I didn't know any of this, none of it. none of the records. I went here, my friends are out here, football team, congratulations. My man right there, Tariq. There was a records board outside of that door with all the football records on it. I walk by it every day. Frosty Younger, 1952. Frosty Younger, not my Frosty Younger. Not my Frosty Younger. That don't make no sense to me. Because I knew that all the track stuff that he did was in 1957, so I couldn't reconcile the two time periods. And my father never said anything. Not a word. Never talked about it. So it wasn't until he passed away that I found out that what was on that board for 51 years, it was that Frosty Younger. It was my daddy, Frosty Younger. And then I talked to Phil. Phil needed a little more info because when you break every single record in track at Fullerton College and in the Eastern Conference and the state of California, that's not enough for Phil to get him on the wall. So I had to find more. My daddy didn't do enough, obviously. So I found that football info. And I confirmed it with Ben, because Ben's got every single media guide for this football program from the beginning. I'm sure he does. And I confirmed it, so then I went to Phil and I said, hey Phil, have you ever had anybody on this campus hold records in 2 different sports? Not that I'm aware of, was your reply. So that's how we started it. So the list of his accomplishments are in his bio. Some things you don't know. In 1952, as a high school senior, he qualified for the Olympic trials that were held in June at the Los Angeles Coliseum. And because of some logistics and with the high school season and the state meet and everything, he couldn't participate, but he was there, and I have the program where he wrote everybody's results from that day as a guest of U.S. track and field, whatever they were. I heard 2 stories, 2 legitimate sports stories from my father in the 52 years that we were together. The first one was he went to Florida to run in an AAU meet, which was at that time to qualify for the Olympics. And I'm assuming he was in country because he was in the Air Force. Hey Ben, you're right here. Didn't see you there. So he went to Florida and he won the hurdles and he ran second in the high jump. And the only thing he ever told me was they had never seen a white boy run that fast in their lives in Florida. That was one story. Now, the other story is, I think, a little bit fabricated because as I've done some research, he threw the javelin a little bit more than on the day of the Eastern Conference Championship, which was the story I was told all the time, and I got first place. Okay, well, I think he threw it all year, but I wasn't going to hold him to that. He became a coach at El Medina, 1992 to 2010. He had never really coached in his life, and he had never shown any interest in coaching because he never talked about any of the things that he had accomplished. In that time, he had 23 league titles, 3 school records, and 37 CIF qualifiers, and 9 CIF finalists. And he probably never raised his voice once to one of those athletes. I can almost assure you. Unlike his son, who's got a little bit. So, from that, I take you to who he was to everybody else. He was devoted to me. He was humble. He never shared any of his stories with me. And he was selfless. He did everything for everybody. And from the day that he picked me up that day, he did everything for me. And everybody at that table back there, who I coached and who are my family, he spoke more about them than he ever did about himself. 100%. My niece was 6, and I'm like, wow, she's special. I went home and I said, Hayden's special. You ought to go watch her. He goes and watches her and he says, you know, I think Hayden's special. Oh, really? Okay. Where'd you figure that out? Talk to me about Molly, about Amy, about Kaylee, about Christy. Always, always, always. My friend Dee Dee is here. She's like my sister. Without her, I cannot imagine what my father's time would have been towards the end. She was so good to me. Just to add to Molly, Amy, Christy, Kaylee. That's 4 players over a 4-year period. He never, not once, did he miss one of their games. Never, not once. All right? That's how devoted my father was. He was amazing. And he did a lot of different things. He was a house mover. How many of you know the Big A? The Big A at Angel Stadium? Do you remember when we all grew up, it used to be in left field? And now it's over by the freeway? My daddy moved it. He's the guy. Because he used to move oil rigs. He used to own horses. He used to breed horses. He was an off-road racer. He owned his own business. He started and funded the Santa Ana College soccer team with his money. I have the jersey that says BMY House Movers on it. It's like the Bad News Bears jersey. It's got a number on the back. He was an actor in Hollywood. He was a background actor. He was in the Air Force. He spent 4 years there, which kept him from here. His intention was to go to USC. Couldn't get in academically. Somebody told me I probably shouldn't put that in the bio. But I think the beauty of this place is it gives kids like my father a chance to reach his dream when they can't do it right away. And my father ended up getting a scholarship to USC. The greatest gift that I ever gave my father was the opportunity to take care of him when he became ill with Alzheimer's. It was now my turn to take care of him the way he had taken care of me for all those years. It was a privilege, an honor, and a blessing. And if anybody knows the relationship that table does, that I had with my father, he picked me up that day when I was 5 years old. And in April of 2016, I had had a major surgery in March, and I had not been able to really be a part of my father's life for about a 4-week period. I could just check in on him, but I couldn't take care of him. The first day that I was able to get back to him, because I was healed, I was home alone. The caregiver had left, our roommate had left, so it was him and I. And I woke him up Sunday morning, and we got him showered, asked him if he wanted to finish up. He said, yeah, might as well. Sat down, went to sleep. And that was it. And He picked me up when I was 5, and he left me when he was 82. And we were together, and it was the most peaceful, blessed thing I could have ever hoped for, because I think my father knew my son loves me, and he's here for me, and it's time for me to go. And what a blessing that was for me. I would like to congratulate everyone that's being honored. It's an honor for me to be here, to be a part of your time, my friends, and it's an honor for me to be here for my father. Phil, thank you for putting up with me, and thank you for my relentless pursuit of justice for my father. All right? Thank you all for allowing me to share with you someone who was so important to me and one of the all-time great Hornets, and even a greater man. My father was my hero, and now he's a Hall of Famer. Thank you. Once a Hornet, always a Hornet.
On to our next inductee. In just his second season as the Fullerton College track and field coach, his team set the national record in shuttle hurdles. His 1973 cross-country team won the conference championship, and his 1974 track and field squad won their conference championship as well. Both teams did it again in 1975. Tom's last year at Fullerton College was the 1979-80 season, where he founded the women's cross-country team. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the 2023 Fullerton College Hall of Famer, Tom Gilmer.
Well, I appreciate this honor deeply. I want to thank several of the people that I coach with, because that really is the depth and crux of any kind of an athletic program. You don't do it all by yourself. I'd also like to thank my wife, who, when we married in 1962, she had very little knowledge of athletics. And so I thought it would be a good idea in order to instruct her as far as what athletics are all about. In our apartment, I put a list of the track and field world records on the refrigerator, and thought it would be a good idea for her to memorize them. That didn't work out well. She just pretty much ignored that whole thing. My situation as far as coming to Fullerton was sort of a unique deal. In 1969, I'd actually interviewed for the job and with Al Scherbeck. And instead of getting that job, I got the head track job at Saddleback College, which was brand new at that time. And Jan Underwood became the track coach. And in the fall of 1970, I was helping coach the football team for the North-South All-Star game at Foothill High School. And I ran into Al Scherbeck. And when I got home that evening, my wife had said that Hal had called and I should call him. I figured he was wanting to know something about whether or not some of the kids that were on this All-Star team were there intending to go to school. But when I called him that evening, he said, "How would you like to be a Hornet?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" And he said, "Well, Dan Underwood has just retired, and he's going to move back to Oregon, state of Oregon, and you're my guy if you want the job. So that began a 10-year period of time at Fullerton, of which literally it's some of the happiest years of my entire life, and the story continued on from there. During that period of time, I believe we set like 6 national junior college records, some of which still stand today. We have a unique situation that occurred in 1976. In 1976, track and field was still running on yards as opposed to meters. It was in 1977 that all tracks were converted from yards to meters. And the difference between 440 yards and 400 meters, 440 yards is about 2.5 meters farther than 400 meters. So when we set some of the records in 1976, they literally will stand forever because there are no tracks that are like that anymore. But at the same time, the records themselves are still just absolutely outstanding. We had in 1976, we had an attempt to go for the national record in the 4 times mile at Bakersfield College. And we knew that we should have the ability to set the records because we had some absolutely outstanding individuals, some of whom are here this evening. And we were so far ahead actually in that particular race, we'd almost lapped the rest of the field, the junior college field. And we went on and that record literally stands today. Same thing was true, the Mount Sac Relays, which are one of the national top track and field meets, is being held this weekend, and the meet director at Mount Sac was a good friend, and we felt that we had a chance to set the national record in the distance medley. Distance medley is 440, 880, 1320 and mile. And I said, I think that we want to run the open division rather than running against just community colleges. So we ran against SC, UCLA, Stanford, Cal, and UCI. And the long and short of it is that right before the start of it, or that morning, our school record holder, Armando Sendejas, who is here with us tonight, got sick, and so everybody on the team had to step up an additional distance. We did, we set the record. We were beaten by UCI. Steve Scott was the American record holder, or later became the American record holder. And he beat our anchorman, Jose Saavedra, by about 2 yards, but we obliterated the national record, and that record literally still stands today. Probably the highlight from the standpoint of team championships were the state championship team that we had in 1974, of which we had our 2 team captains, Marl Murray, who went on to Washington State, conference champion at the Hammer. Besides his athletic accomplishments, Morrell has done absolutely outstanding things. He was the academic Pac-8 Athlete of the Year for all sports. He went on and founded a company in China where he did printed circuit boards. He had a 1 million square foot facility, and he had 100,000 employees there. And so it wasn't just in athletics that he was successful in. The other one in that team was a real interesting situation. Randy Benson came from a small school in, I guess it was in Montbello, is that right, Randy? And had never run track. He tried out for the basketball team, and Coach Van Horn said, well, you know, you don't have the background and experience in basketball, but he came to me, he says, you know, this guy is really fast, you know, he sprints up and down the court. He's really, really very good. And maybe you ought to consider having him come out for track. So I did. We're going to go over to Cal State Fullerton to an all-comers meet. And I said, Randy, come on with me, and we'll give you about a 2-minute introduction on how to get in the blocks and how to start. Didn't go over very well. They fired the gun. He stood up immediately, but he ran a 9,900 the first time he'd ever run it. which is still very, very good. And I thought, I think we may have something here. He went on from there, and of course became our conference champion 2 years, got a scholarship in Kansas, went to Kansas, was the Big 8 champion in 400 meters, ran in the 1976 Olympic trials, and of course has had a very successful business career since then too. One of the other very interesting individuals is the next year when we converted from meters, from yards to meters, 1977. Tim Costa is here with us this evening. Tim Costa ran and set a new state record in the 800 meters. He ran 148.2. And I thought, man, that's really good. And I wondered, so I went back and I looked. And since then, the last 46 years, there's only been one individual that has ever beaten his time of 148.2. And that individual is a gentleman by the name of Johnny Gray, and which until 2 years ago was the American record holder. So Tim was so far ahead of his time. He was undefeated in all races in his sophomore year. I guess from a national standpoint, our most accomplished individual was Doug Norquist, who is a member of the Hall of Fame. Doug was a member of our 1984 Olympic team. He also went on to Washington State and had his career there. To give you an idea of perspective, Doug's best is 2.36 meters. Now that doesn't mean much to most people. That's basically 7 feet 9 inches, which is his best clearance. So he was just another one of the individuals that was just absolutely outstanding. I had an opportunity after the girls cross country team in 1979. Jim Keefer had come on and was assisting me in track, and I thought maybe I should give consideration to taking a leave of absence for the semester, and I did that and went into commercial real estate. And no sooner than I did it, I felt, well, I've just turned 40 years of age, and I'm never going to make a career change, that would be the time to do it. And so I've never looked back on it. I've been for the last 40-some-odd years in commercial real estate. It's given me opportunities to travel all over the world. We've been to Russia, to the most recent would be Doha, which the only reason you'd go to Doha would be to go to a track meet as far as I'm concerned. But it's given us an opportunity, my wife and myself, to travel all over the world. But there's nothing in the world that compares to the thrill that you have as far as athletics and the success, and hopefully the influence that I've had as far as some of the athletes makes it all work out. Thank you very much.
Congratulations again, Tom Gilmer. On to our next inductee. As a freshman at Fullerton College in 2005, Tara earned first team All-Orange Empire Conference honors and was the leading scorer on the water polo team with 75 goals. Her sophomore season, however, in 2006, also had great success as McGinley posted a team-high 81 goals while earning a first-team All-American nod. She ranks 3rd overall in Fullerton College history with 156 total career goals. In 2006, Tara was a state championship finalist on the FC swim team, where she also earned All-American honors for swim in 2006 and 2007. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome 2023 Fullerton College Hall of Famer, Tara McGinley.
Congratulations to all the inductees tonight. I am a fan of all athletics because they're all difficult in their own ways. I was going to keep this short and sweet, but then I remembered I'm not a
teacher, I'm a language arts teacher. So, but I promise not to go too far over the time limit. So first off, I'd like to take a moment to thank those involved in the process and the committee for choosing those who get to represent Fullerton College in the Athletic Hall of Fame. I feel honored to have been selected to represent this school. I would also like to thank God, my mom, my dad, my stepdad, family, coaches, and teammates. It goes without saying, without these people in my life, this moment would not be possible. If you would have told 10-year-old Tara that she would be standing up here today accepting this achievement, I'm not sure she would have believed you. I attribute a good portion of my initial competitiveness to having to prove myself in Mario Go-Kart in my younger days playing against my two older brothers. Not only was I the youngest, but I was the only girl, so I had to learn to keep up with the big dogs. However, I can recall a memory that sticks out to me with swimming that really set the foundation for competitive swimming. One summer, my mom told me she was going to enlist me in an activity because she wasn't going to have me loafing around the house like a couch potato. That activity was, you guessed it, swimming. At first, it was tough to immerse myself into something so new, foreign, and to be blunt, difficult. I soon started enjoying it though because I was making friendships with other swimmers while also learning how to perfect the strokes of butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, and freestyle. But to be honest, I still hate butterfly. It is the hardest stroke to perfect. One summer, my mom, brothers, and I went to Needles for one of my swim meets. You guys ever been to Needles? There's not much out there. I was still pretty young because I can remember I needed my mom to help me with my latex cap. They aren't always the most pleasant to put on because they can rip strands of your hair out, and I still have baby hairs to this day that haven't recovered. I performed well in my events for the first heat, and I need to find out what heat I would be in for the final. I noticed an asterisk next to my name, and both my mom and I were unsure what that meant. When the swim official, she stated, "You're too good for your age group, but you're not good enough to compete with the older kids." She explained that because of this, I didn't get to swim in the finals. Essentially, my accomplishment was also my downfall at that moment. I remember being angry that I wasn't allowed to compete in the finals, and I didn't care if I went against the older kids, so long as I could compete. From that moment forward, I vividly remember telling myself I would do everything in my power to beat anyone I swam against to show I could race anybody, no matter who they were or how old they were. Fast forward to my freshman year at Villa Park High School. Go Spartans. By this point, I felt like a true club swimmer. My brother Chad told me to try out for the water polo team. At first, I dismissed it because I was a hardcore swimmer, but I took heed to his advice and went to tryouts. Soon, swimming took second place in my heart, and water polo came first. It challenged me in ways swimming never did, but it also brought in the team aspect, which I liked, because I do have an outgoing personality. Water polo served different purposes in different stages of my life. Water polo in high school, simply put, saved me. My home life was tumultuous at times, and water polo was an escape. It required me to be focused and committed, which in turn kept me away from a path that might have certainly led me in the wrong direction. In addition, it established lifelong friendships that I still have to this day and will cherish forever. Water polo and my teammates gave me a sense of normalcy at a time when my life felt like anything but normal. Once I graduated high school, I knew I wanted to keep playing water polo, so I considered local community colleges. Don't tell Pete, but the first college I visited was OCC. But something didn't feel right when I went to visit. It didn't seem like the fit for me, so I decided to visit Fullerton College during one of their scrimmages where Pete was recruiting me. After visiting that night, I knew it was my spot. I just felt like Fullerton College was where the next place in my journey would take me. For water polo and swimming, Fullerton College was the place that inspired me and nurtured my confidence to grow as a student and as an athlete. Prior to Fullerton College, it wasn't that I didn't take my academics seriously, it was just that I never had a reason to challenge myself when it came to grades.
Hey!
Thank you. Sorry, my teacher's coming out. I felt as long as they were passing grades, they were okay. Looking back, I wish my mindset would have been different. My first semester at Fullerton College, I failed history of rock and roll due to my own irresponsibility. remember leaving class feeling so much shame and embarrassment. I also felt terrible because my mom was paying for my school so I could play water polo. At that moment, I made a promise to try and get straight A's to show my mom and myself that I did not take this opportunity for granted. Steadily, each semester, my GPA started increasing. I am happy to say that by the end of my time at Cal State Northridge, I made the Dean's List twice and was awarded the Athletic Academic Honor Roll. I also completed my master's degree with a 4.0 GPA while teaching full-time and coaching at Centennial High School. I learned from this that the only thing that holds people back is their own insecurities and doubts. Fullerton College holds a lot of valuable lessons and memories for me. I am so blessed that I get to share this accomplishment today with a close friend and teammate of mine, Lindsay Westbury Rogers. Lindsay and I still laugh to this day about our times at Fullerton College. Her sister Kelsey and I also laugh. Whether it's from getting upset over a banana peel that a teammate refused to throw in the trash can, to wild rides in the team band with Coach Pete Snyder, to our trips up north into Seattle, there was never a shortage of laughs. One particular memory that I laugh about was on our way to Saddleback College for a swim meet. I fell into such a deep sleep in the back of the van that I didn't realize that everyone got out to go warm up in the pool. The next thing I knew, Coach Roy slammed open the van door and screamed at me to get in the water because I missed warm-ups. I suppose that extra time to sleep helped because I achieved a personal best that day in my event. When I think back to Fullerton College, I think of a really fond and fun time in my life. It just makes this moment so much sweeter that I get to share it with a teammate that is so special to me. My greatest athletic achievement at Fullerton College was at Saddleback College. Not the time I fell asleep in the back of the van. That did not happen ever again. I successfully finished first in all my individual events, but more than that, I cracked my 25 for my 50 freestyle, finally achieving the 24-second time I was working so hard to get. And for those of you that are unfamiliar with swimming, 1 second is a huge deal. I can't believe the euphoric feeling I had in that moment. I can't explain it, but I can still feel it to this day. I also achieved co-swimmer in the Orange Empire Conference, which came to me as a surprise because I never swam or played water polo for the accolades, but rather because it was what I loved to do. It was one of those special moments of my life, and I was thankful that my mom, who is my best friend, was there to see it happen because she is a driving force in this journey for me. My mom is a huge reason I'm here today, and she's here today to watch me receive this award, so honestly, round of applause for my mom. She's awesome. When I transferred to Cal State Northridge, water polo for me at that time was a humbling experience. I think my success at Fullerton College got to my head a little bit, and my experience at Cal State Northridge was quick to bring me down to reality. I had to develop major perseverance and hold strong to my character during the first year, as I wasn't necessarily opened with welcome arms by my teammates. It was a complete 180 from the type of team culture and relationships I had at Fullerton College. Eventually, I found my niche, and I also created lifelong friendships with some of those teammates who I still see and make new memories with currently, one of them who I work with today at Centennial High School. Although it was difficult, I don't regret it at all. I'm happy that I stuck with it, didn't quit when the going got tough, and still managed to achieve new accomplishments like being the second leading scorer on the team my senior year. Truth be told, the fun moments are great, but who I am today and how I respond to situations in my life now are ultimately because of the challenging times. I think my entire swimming and water polo career has shaped me into the type of person, teacher, and coach that I want to be, and I am immensely grateful for that. I would like to thank all my coaches, Trevor, Joey, John, Cassandra, Rory, Molly, and Marcelo. Some were harder than others, but all of them tapped into potential and talents I didn't know I had. Pete? What's that, Pete? An extra big thank you to you. I know how much you care about your athletes, and I know how much you push for Lindsay and I to have this moment tonight. We would not be up here if it wasn't for you advocating for us. And thank you, Phil, also. I will forever be grateful to you for being such a huge supporter and rooter for me in my life. Thank you.
Congratulations again. For those gathered in the back, we do appreciate your silence during our speakers' remarks. Thank you very much. On to our next inductees. An all-conference player on the women's water polo team in 2004 and 2005. Lindsay Rogers Westbury excelled on the FC team. She was twice voted the team's most valuable swimmer. She was named twice to all conference teams in 2005 and 2006. She was also named to the All-American team in 2006. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the 2023 Fullerton College Hall of Famer, Lindsay Rogers Webster.
Alrighty, good evening. It's an honor and a privilege to be up here tonight. I was deeply shocked and humbled when I found out about being nominated, and I'm so happy to be back where I started. Believe it or not, I was a gymnast until 8th grade. When I found out my high school, Canyon High School, didn't have a team, I quickly chose swimming as my sport because I love the water. I did the summer program, and during the last week, my coach told me I had to try water polo. I immediately told him no way, but of course I tried it. It was so difficult, I had no idea what I was doing, but I loved it. Senior year came and went in a flash, and before I knew it, I was about to graduate. I was about to start my college career at Cal State Fullerton, right around the corner. It was the one college I went to and it got accepted to, which oddly enough had 2 swimming pools and no water polo or a swim team. I wasn't ready to give up playing, and I found out I could play at a local community college if the sport I wanted to play at my real school wasn't offered. There were several conditions though, one of which was I had to be considered a full-time student at the community college in order to play. So, if my calculations are correct, that's 24 units per semester because I had already enrolled in 12 at Cal State Fullerton. Was I crazy? Yes. Was it worth it? Absolutely. I came to FJC in the summer of 2004 and immediately clicked with the team. The sophomore girls were so supportive and fun, and they made my first season of college water polo unforgettable. We laughed, we traveled, we trained, and we played against some really talented teams. I continued the insanity of taking so many classes at both colleges while swimming and playing water polo for 4 semesters. After my career at FJC ended, I started coaching swimming with a few of my teammates from here at the Hacienda Golf Club with my then coach, Cassandra Sanders. During that summer, my best friend from FJC had a conversation with me about being a transfer student. I applied to Wagner College like her in Staten Island, New York, which had a Division I water polo program. Before I knew it, the coach came out here and saw me practice in our tiny little L-shaped pool here at Fullerton College, and I had my bags packed with a scholarship in hand. I continued playing and ended up playing water polo and swimming up until my graduate year. When I returned to California in 2009, I continued to coach swimming and play masters water polo. At one point, I was an intern at USA Water Polo for the national team. No matter how hard I try, I just can't seem to shake it or stop playing. For years, I've come back to this school, to Fullerton College, to play in the alumni water polo games and swim meets, and I check my email, my junk box frequently to make sure that I don't miss a game if I can. I think it's amazing how far this school has come as far as aquatics. Back in my day, we had a very chemically antiquated L-shaped 6-lane teeny tiny little pool which burned our eyes out every single day. And now the girls and boys here have this massive, amazing Olympic-sized complex, and I couldn't be happier and more proud. Also, can we talk about how Cal State Fullerton now has a water polo team as of this year, so go Titans. I digress. The connections and opportunities which were presented to me while I was here are unbelievable. My counterpart, Tara McGinley, is actually one of my very good friends, and we've never lost contact. My teammate, Natasha Peterson, who I went to Wagner College with, is now a sergeant at the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. She clearly had a lot of influence on me because now I'm a deputy at the Orange County Sheriff's Department. I'm over at the academy where my other teammate from FJC is the head coach of the Sheriff's Academy. So it is such a small, small hornet world we live in, and it's the best community. I feel so fortunate to have the experience I did. It was definitely challenging, definitely unconventional, but it was worth every second. I know for sure I would not be the person I am today without my strong foundation here at Fullerton College. I would like to thank Pete Snyder, who was my very first coach here, along with Cassandra Sanders, Rory Rangel, and Michael Copeland. I would also like to thank my sister, Kelsey, who followed in my exact footsteps. She came here, she came to Wagner, played polo, was an all-star, and if she's watching, hi Kelsey. Finally, I'd like to thank my parents who were at every single game. They're tried and true. We couldn't have made it as far as we did without the love and support from them. Go Chris and Linda if you know them. Just this past December, my sister and I did play in another alumni game at Canyon High School. It was on a Saturday in the pouring rain at 9 a.m. and they were both out there cheering us on. Lastly, I'd like to thank my husband, Joshua Westbury, whose unwavering support through all these years has never faltered. I'm a runner now, unfortunately, so he still drives me to all my races. He makes me goodie bags, films videos of me, and is my #1 fan after all these years. Go Hornets, once a Hornet, always a Hornet. Thank you.
Congratulations once again. And we go on to our next inductee. Jeff Andrews was the main ball carrier on the South Coast Conference Championship team in 1988, helping the team to a 10-1 overall record. Andrews rushed for a record-breaking 1,520 yards with 9 touchdowns. He also broke the record for most rushing attempts with 278 carries. Both records for total yards and total carries stand today. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the 2023 Fullerton College Hall of Famer, Jeff Andrews.
Wow. First, I'd like to start off by saying, sorry. I know Coach Sherbeck is looking down on me right now. Just one more wink. A quote from high school: don't worry about being a star, worry about doing good work, and all that will come to you. For all those I've never met, my name is Jeff Andrews, and I'm humbled and honored for this night. I also would like to thank God for giving me the talent, the heart, the passion, and the purpose. I would like to thank Linwood Pop Warner for having a great program where the talent was deep. Also would like to thank my first football coach, Don Means, for believing in me and teaching me the basic fundamentals and how to be a team player. I'd like to thank my late mom, Debbie Andrews, for supporting me and being there for me, and also my dad, Joe Andrews, for being here. Love you. I'd like to thank my sister Mary, my brother Cedric Andrews, and my nephew Joshua Andrews for being here. Thank you. I'd also like to thank all my coaches, legendary coaches. My trainer, Bill Chambers, thank you for keeping me healthy. Yeah, baby. Love you, baby. And for all my talented teammates, man, couldn't have done it without you guys. The line, defense, you guys really put put in work. So work hard, work pays off. After leaving Dunbar High School, I pulled up to Fullerton College and I found a new home with a great leader. And that was Coach Hal Sherbeck.
Yeah, baby.
I started my career off as a scout team guy. Scout team. Raw meat. That's where me and Michael Thomas would become scout team captains, and we would practice like it was game time because we knew we wasn't going to play on Saturday. And we had a lot of guys mad at us. We was even getting guys benched because, you know, we was doing such a good job. Short story, we run a scout team, and Coach Sherbeck used to stand in the 50-yard line. He used to watch the offense on that end, and he would watch the defense down here. One day, we used to run off of cards, put the cards up, and you just do whatever that play was, you just do it. And we took it upon ourselves. We was doing such a good job. We took it upon ourselves to just start changing positions. Like I went out and played wide receiver, and Mike was playing running back, and it was like, and then I seen Coach Sherbeck. He looked, he came down there, he said, he blew the whistle and said, Jeff, you get back in there, and Mike, you get back out there. It was so funny. I was like, oh my God. But the moral of that story is we used to do such a good job on the scout team that we wouldn't have to run after practice.
Yeah.
That was cool. We love that. He was like, scout team, you guys go in because you guys did an awesome job. We get in the locker room, we got guys mad at us because it's like, oh, you guys act like you in the game. Well, it is our game. You know, we're not getting to play on Saturday, so we're just trying to give you guys a good look. But yeah, so with that. All I ever wanted here was a fair shot. And I got that. It didn't matter where you came from. It didn't matter what color you was. It didn't matter. All you put in the work and you was gonna get a fair shot here, especially with Coach Sherbeck. It's just the way it was. Thank you. Me and my teammates, we accomplished a lot. Going 10-1, competing for a national championship, and also followed the blueprint of our legendary coaches.
Gotta feel it. Gotta feel it, baby.
Yes, sir. And for my teammates that was in the huddle with me after Fullerton College, Michael Thomas and Victor Williams. We've got 30 years plus years under our belt and going. Thank you for going to war with me. Last but not least, two ladies that seen it all unfold and supported us 100% was Michelle Thomas and Pam Williams. Love you guys. Thank you for your support. In closing, we was always taught to give back, and I was fortunate enough to be asked to coach with a former Fullerton College coach, Shane Wiley, at Riverside Poly High School. And that's where I met a young kid by the name of Hakeem Akbar. Hakeem Akbar attended the University of Washington. He also won the 2001 Rose Bowl and also a Super Bowl with the New England Patriots in 2002. Stand up, Hakeem. That's my guy. Culture, love. Okay, Hakeem was also inducted to the Husky Hall of Fame, where I got the honor to go on the field with him doing his inductee. It was awesome. So we're both Hall of Famers now. I'm gonna cut it short. I would like to thank the Hall of Fame committee, the athletic department, the athletic director for making this happen. Out with the old, in with the new. That's what Coach Sherbrick would want. I'd like to thank Hornet Nation and the late John Green. We love you, my brother. Once a Hornet, always a Hornet. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Andrews. All right, on to our next inductee. Christine Sison was a first-team All-Orange Empire Conference and first-team All-State selection her freshman year in the spring of 1986. In her 1987 sophomore season, Christine played left field, hitting .383, while leading the conference in batting average at .457, runs 20, hits 46, and RBI 15. She was voted as the South Coast Conference MVP after leading the team to a conference championship with an overall record of 31 wins and 8 losses. Sison was also chosen by the FC Athletic Department for the 1987 Donna Cherry Memorial Award. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome 2023 Fullerton College Hall of Famer, Christine Sison.
Just want to thank everybody, especially the committee, for having this opportunity tonight to stand before you with this class of 2023 alumni. I'm humbled, honored, and blessed. I would like to thank the Hall of Fame committee for their decision to induct me into the Hall of Fame with these amazing, amazing alumni. I accept this honor with great pride. I would like to thank my family, friends, who are able to join me in celebrating this experience tonight. Unfortunately, my parents are in the Philippines and are not able to be here as well as my sister Camille, who lives in Washington. But I do have my wife Carrie, my brother Philip, my sister Camille, my sister Michelle, and my aunt Lotta to represent my family. My Long Rada crew that I've known since elementary and high school, my Fullerton College Hornets, and finally my CSULB Beaches, aka the Flossy Posse. I'd like to thank all the parents and coaches that volunteered their time to help me throughout my softball career. Georgia Spitz, my first softball coach, Rich Trujillo, Abner Gisolva, Margot Davis, Cliff Williams, Pete Manarino, and Patty Gasso. After graduating from Long Rada High School in 1985, my dad wanted me to hang up my cleats and concentrate on school. I told him I would. 1986, I enrolled at Fullerton College. In the second week of school, I had carpool with my friend Sherry Trujillo, who was on the softball team. After class, I went to pick her up for practice, not knowing Margot Davis had closed softball sessions. Everyone on the team was recruited, and I just thought I'd go there and sit on the bench and wait for my friend to be finished with practice. Margot walked over to me and asked if I played softball, and I said yes. She handed me a glove and asked me to go out in the field. Mind you, I was wearing sandals, shorts, and a sweater. I went out and played a full practice. I told her that I'd already enrolled in classes and was petitioning a few of them. She told me not to worry about it and that she would rearrange all my classes so I could be on the team. She told me to go see Pat in the women's locker room, where I received 3 sets of game uniforms and practice gear. Fullerton College head coach Margot Davis was such a huge influence in my life. She taught us to work hard, paint bases, armor all the backstop, and to always be on time. She saw the potential in each and every one of their players and brought it out of us. I often wonder how Margot, age 95, was doing it if she was still alive. Fortunately for me, my wife is an amazing detective and can find anyone. She found a phone number and address in Palm Desert, and I gave it a call. Said, 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out. Sorry, I can't come to the phone right now, but leave a brief message and I'll call you back. I knew right then and there I found her. I left a message and she called me back that same day. We reminisced for about an hour and I let her know how much she impacted our lives. She made it clear that she remembers each and every one of her ball players and was very thankful. Thank you, Margot Davis, and to all the other coaches that have continued today to fight for equality in women's sports. It's still a work in progress, but it's come a long way. We as student athletes sacrifice a lot. Family vacations, birthday parties, and even weddings. Rhonda, I didn't miss yours. The lifelong friendships we made is everything for me. It's priceless. We often get asked, was it worth it? And I say, all day. Thank you very much.
Moving on to our next honoree. Carla Eldridge played softball for Fullerton College in 1985 and 1986, leading the Hornets to a conference title in 1986. She was a 2-time all-conference player that led the Hornets in runs batted in with 24 in 1986. Carla went on to play at Long Beach State, where she was inducted into their Hall of Fame in 2018. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome 2023 Fullerton College Hall of Famer, Carla Eldridge.
All right, Nick, got my papers here. You always have to have them. But thank you, thank you, thank you. It's such an honor to be here tonight. It's just, I mean, I grew up in Fullerton, played right across the street, Fullerton High School, and it's coming home to my alma mater. It's truly like a homecoming. It's just incredible. I have my husband here tonight. Wave, Mark. Mark, wave. All right. My son, Richard. Wave, Richard. Yeah. And my big brother, Stephen, the oldest of the crowd, a great coach, one of my first family coaches, which I always appreciated. Thank you. I am honored and humbled to be here. It truly is a blessing to be recognized. I think I was last year about 30 years it's been a long time. So it is incredible, and especially given the amazing inductees tonight, their stories, reading about them, truly honored. Time for the peepers. Okay, occasions such as this bring upon a lot of reflection as I reminisce upon my athletic journey. At every turn, I see the endless work, endless support, and enduring love of my family. My mom was the one who got me involved in softball. She bought me my first. It was a nice blue glove, really pretty. My dad loved baseball, and together they holistically prepared me to be the best athlete and person I could be. They had unofficial roles on my teams as managers and coaches, while also, and often more importantly, unofficially serving as my #1 fan, source of inspiration, and of course, my taxi driver. They managed to do this for my 4 brothers, also very athletic. They spent countless hours with me in the park and in our backyard, going over drills, and even volunteered to help coach their little sister's team. We all learned the value of hard work, and the success we have for 2 hours between the lines on game day is only possible in light of the seemingly endless hours we put in when no one is watching. And that win or lose, rain or shine, we could always count on one another to keep our seasons filled with levity, laughter, and fun. Throughout my softball career, I was always one of the tiniest girls out there. So I always took pride in making sure I did the little things that made me stand out. I never failed to hustle, practice, work hard, or get dirty. Speaking of getting dirty, oh my gosh, sliding is one of the basic skills in softball. And I started off in bobby socks where there was no sliding whatsoever. It was nice, clean, and la-di-da. So I got on my first travel team, and you know, I guess they assumed we knew how to slide at this point, but I really didn't. So I decided to get out in my front yard and practice. So here I am, this rather tiny little girl. I revved up, I ran as fast as I could. I did the perfect pop-up slide. I kicked my front leg out, tucked the left in, popped up, and I have to say I was pretty proud of myself. Then I sniffed, and I didn't know what it was. I looked down, and I had slid in a pile of nice, fresh dog poop. Needless to say, I threw those pants away, but it's something that always stuck in my mind. Okay. Okay, we learned how to slide now. Time for hitting. When I was little, I couldn't hit the ball out of the infield. At 9 years old, every ball went up to the pitcher time after time. I would make contact, hit the ball to the pitcher. This was about 3 years. Sometimes they went to the shortstop, second base, you know, maybe even third base. So it was really something I focused on. And the more I focused on it, the harder I hit. So I believe it was my brother Clifford. He was coaching my team, and I guess he really wanted to win, so he gave me a challenge. He said if I hit 4 home runs in one game, that he would buy me the 10-speed bicycle I wanted. Much to his dismay, he had to buy me that bike. A week later, it was there, proving hard work does pay off. skills continue to progress. In high school, I really didn't pass the eyeball test. Scouts thinking my game might not translate to the next level. Coach Margot Davis, one of the very best coaches I've ever played for, and she's just really a legendary coach, a very special woman. She basically changed the whole trajectory of my life. She had faith in me and took me to the next level. Everything from her ability to teach fundamentals, refine my skills, form practice plans, implement game-based strategies, and generally lead her team was exceptional and afforded me and my teammates with the best environment to come together, train, and compete at the highest level. I am incredibly thankful to have played for 2 years under her leadership, for the opportunity she gave me, and for the lasting memories she allowed me to form here at Fullerton. Fullerton College allowed me to prove the same little girl that as a 9-year-old could only muster a hit to the pitcher, couldn't throw a ball across the diamond, could turn into a power-hitting shortstop, not just good enough to have a little playing time or to even start, but to receive a Division I scholarship to Cal State Long Beach, where I also had the opportunity to play shortstop for 2 years, and ultimately, like you heard, be inducted into their College Hall of Fame in 2018. Standing on the shoulders of my family, coaches, teammates, standing beside my fellow class inductees, and standing before you all today, I cannot express enough how thankful I am to have been a student athlete at Fullerton College, and I am absolutely honored to be included as part of the Athletic Hall of Fame tonight. Thank you.
On to our next inductee.
Good job, Sid.
Recruited by Fullerton College Hall of Fame basketball coach Ezra Van Horn, Jay Lucas made an immediate impact on the team as a freshman during the 1976-77 season, earning all conference honors. Jay also earned a spot on the All-State team and was also named a Man of Distinction in 1978, which was the highest award given at Fullerton College at the time. Jay moved on to an exciting communications career as a public relations assistant for the Los Angeles Lakers, Los Angeles Dodgers, Anaheim Angels, Houston Astros, and NASCAR. Accompanied by former Fullerton College basketball head coach Roger C. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome 2023 Fullerton College Hall of Famer, Jay Lucas.
My pleasure to introduce Jay. His credentials speak for themselves. What an amazing career he has had in sports. He's changed jobs more often than my dad changed bases in 3 wars. I had the pleasure of coaching him in 1976 as an assistant coach. And in the 43 years that I've coached here at Fullerton College, I was through 810 basketball games approximately. Jay's team was the best experience I've ever had as a coach. They were a team. They were 4-11 in the preseason. You might ask, how could that happen? We lost 10 players. We were down to 8 players. It's called the dedicated 9. There were only 8 of us, 1 guard and 7 forwards, and Jay was one of those. And they were dedicated. Jay was a leader. He was smart. He was awesome on the court. I would just say this, that it's the best experience I've had coaching. My players aren't here for the other team because this was amazing. We won our games, 11 games, by an average of 2.3 points per game in the conference. When it came down to the last 2 minutes, the coach would ask me, what should we do? I said, let them play. Let them play because they were so smart, and James, the leader of that group, All-American this first year. And after 2 years, Jay's parents were thankful. Jay's dad worked at the Chevrolet GM plant, and he managed to get me a Corvette. No cheap, no quid pro quo. But I had a nice Corvette thanks to the Lucas family. Jay Lucas.
Thank you, Coach. I think it's been 45 years since I ran up and down this court. Man, time goes so quickly. Thank you. I'm going to try. I called a friend, you know, and just said he's been honored before on some other things, and it's like, what do you say? What would be appropriate? And he kept saying, just tell people thank you. You know, thank people that got you to where you are today. It's not about me. It's about the people that helped me get to where I've been blessed to have my career. So this is a great time to thank some folks. As Coach said, my dad went for General Motors, and I was a transfer kid to California. I started at Fullerton High School from Tennessee, and there got introduced to the Fullerton community. And I've been blessed to, I still feel like I am part of the Fullerton community, and I owe a lot to the Fullerton community. I played basketball at Fullerton High School. Had a good 2 years, junior year and senior year, and obviously heard about Fullerton TC. Honestly, I became a better basketball player once I got to California. I had a great coach in Bob Morris and Ray Moyer. They helped me to get better. And then, honestly, I wasn't a very good student. Then maybe C and B's. And then came over to Fullerton College and had heard about Fullerton College, and I heard about the head coach at the time, Coach Van Horn. I wasn't really ready to leave home to go to school. I had offers, Division II. I had quite a few track offers to run as Coach was saying earlier, the 440 and the long jump. But I decided to play basketball, so I played summer basketball here at Fullerton College. And as we were talking about earlier with Coach C, I wasn't that good at summer basketball. And Roger had told me well after my 2 years here, but again tonight, that Ezra wanted to redshirt me and really didn't want to be on the team that year. But they allowed me to join the team and play for them. And I was grateful. I was excited to be here. I was excited to be a Hornet. And it's probably one of the best decisions in my life. And here's why. I met people who really did help me. They cared about me. I got to play with some of my high school teammates while I was here. And with Jeff Weber, Chris McCrory. So I became a better student. After 2 years, I did get my AA. I was getting B's and A's. I was told to make sure you take Coach Van Horn's golf class, which I did that. And I with braids and what I did here, I got to be one of the many distinguished awards. So that was great. So, but here was interesting just because I had never played for a coach like Coach Van Horn. We had like the bad cop and Coach Van Horn, and we had the good cop and Coach C. And playing for Ezra I guess it taught me how to deal with personalities throughout my professional career as a PR person. For 2 years, I thought I had an ethic word before my name, Jay, being around Coach McGinley all the time. And as Coach mentioned, we ended up with 8 players. We started out with 15. By the time we started our season in 1976, 77, we were down to 8. And Coach was right, we were 4-11. And we had the talent, but we just weren't gelling. So we decided to have a team meeting, and we went to an Italian restaurant, used to be on the corner of Commonwealth and Raymond behind the Crocker Bank. And there was 6 of us on the team, and we just decided that we weren't going to put up with how we were being talked to or coached by Coach Van Horn. It was just, we just weren't used to it. God love him. So we decided that we went to practice that next day, that we would confront Coach Van Horn and tell him that we weren't happy and things have got to change a little bit, kind of lighten up on us a little bit. And so it's almost like the movie where we all lined up after practice. Jeff Weber was going to be our leader, and Jeff is going to be behind you, we got your back. And just like you see in the movies where Jeff takes a step forward and we all take a step back because we wanted nothing to do with that meeting. But as it turned out, it's the best thing that we did. Even Coach C had said that, it made Ezra a different type of coach to us. He adapted to us, and we went on, we were 11-1, and we went to the state finals, to the state round, and then unfortunately, as Coach said, we had 1 point guard, Jesse Wallace, and 7 forwards, and Jesse found out, and me and Mark Pepper became the point guards, and that just wasn't a good thing. So we ended up losing that game. I want to acknowledge some people here that really helped me focus on my career and gave me the insight to begin my communications career. And I know he's not here tonight, but Steve Dawson was our SID. And as I was playing and stuff, I always see what Steve was doing, whether it be programs, rosters, writing, and that's something that I always wanted to do. I just didn't, I was going to major in business, I was going to major in oceanography, and by the time I left, I had chosen communications as my major, and Steve was a big part of that. There were 2 other people, and he's been acknowledged so many times tonight. Bill Chambers was almost like a counselor to me. He'd go get taped up or wrapped up, and we would talk, and he was just as funny as could be. He was just so insightful on a lot of things as well. And I think I eventually made a slideshow with my bad pinky, and I tore my groin my sophomore year, so I think my groin made it was all purple and yellow and stuff. I think it made a slideshow there as well. Norm Perez was a big a counselor to all of us as well. We'd sit with him and talk to him. It just always kept us positive and upbeat and just fun to be around. Coach C and Coach Van Horn, I love those guys. They were just, we stayed friends with them afterwards, stayed friends with Coach Van Horn. I'd see him I think he started rating referees, and I'd see him at games, visit him when he was sick. He just played it, as tough as it was, he played a very big role in my life. My teammates, we had 2 good years here, 76, 77, 77, 8, 78. Didn't go as far in 77, 78, but I got to play with some really good players. My family. My family's been supportive. It's part of this 35-plus year journey in public relations. The time away when I first started with the Dodgers, and I was gone a lot. I traveled with the team, spring training in February, and we hoped it until November. I didn't see him a lot. credit to, which I'll get to my wife, for probably raising our first two kids, and then our third child, I was around a little bit more. It's probably when I screwed up a little bit, but that's a different story. But I was thinking of the great moments that I've been able to enjoy. It's all because I started here in Fullerton, and when I got here in Fullerton, and the education that I got here in Fullerton, and the community support that I got in Fullerton, and not because of me, just because of people I've been able to work with. I've got to work with, and I thought about this the other day, like, I sat next to Viscardo and Chip doing my job. I mean, two of the greatest to ever do it. I've seen no-hitters, perfect games, helped with the Speedway, California Speedway, started a team in the XFL, in the dugout for Kirk Gibson's home run. Just great moments that I've been able to be a part of, to witness, to share, all because of what I believe happened here to get me started in public relations. I guess the biggest blessing that I've had is being married to Nikki. We've been married 43 years. 43 years, we've probably known each other 48. And we've had some tough losses in our life, but we've had a lot of blessings as well. Three children, DJ, Lindsay, and Tyler. We've been blessed to celebrate 10 birthdays of grandchildren. 7 are still with us, and so we just recently had, my youngest son just had his son 2 weeks ago. So we have 7 grandkids now, and that's just it's just been a huge part, obviously, of our lives, and it's something I get to celebrate every day. As everyone that has grandchildren knows that I always say, you fall in love with your wife, and that's love, and then you have a kid, a child, and you go, oh, so that's what love is, and then a grandchild's born, and you go, oh, that's what it's all about. So it's been a great journey, and it started here. Basketball I got to do, to enjoy, to play, to be coached by 2 greats, but it also gave me a path to my career, and I'm so thankful for that. Just like I'm thankful to the Hall of Fame committee for this honor. I am honored and humbled. As people said when Phil called, I'm just like, really? I'm a Hornet. My heart is still here in Fullerton. And so Phil, thank you. Again, the Hall of Fame committee, thank you to all the inductees. It's pretty cool. We're in the Hornets Hall of Fame, and that's pretty cool. Vicki and Roger, thank you for driving down from Arizona. I do appreciate it. I wanted to mention, when I was at Chico State, I actually came back and interned at Fullerton College. But I also went for the first time met a pro piano person, Tim Meade. Tim was with the Angels for 40 years. And him and Tom Seaberg gave me direction in PR and what it would be like. And you're going to hate it. It's long hours. They don't pay you anything. And he was absolutely right. I think that's about it. Once upon a time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next 2 inductees are not with us today. We will read their accolades. For those Hall of Famers who are here, we are going to ask that you please step forward by the memorabilia table for a photo at the end of our ceremony. On to our next inductee. As a freshman, Jeff Sanchez was voted an All-American as well as an All-Conference and All-State football player, racking up 66 tackles, 6 of them unassisted, 3 interceptions, 3 pass deflections, and 1 fumble recovery. He did it all again as a sophomore, which led him to the University of Georgia, where Jeff became a 2-time All-SEC member of the Bulldogs from 1982 to 1984. He finished second in the nation in interceptions with 9 takeaways in 1982 and had 2 interceptions against 3 different opponents his junior season. As a Georgia Bulldog, Jeff is 4th all-time in interceptions in a season and tied for 6th all-time with 13 career interceptions. Jeff Sanchez was unfortunately able to attend tonight's induction, and so Fullerton College is proud to accept his award on his behalf. Ladies and gentlemen, help me honor 2023 Fullerton College Hall of Famer, Jeff Sanchez. Thank you. Our final inductee. Oh, very good. I was not aware. Would you like to come up? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a Jeff Sanchez recipient. Oh, for the next one, I apologize. Never mind. On to the next one. Our final recipient. As the defensive coordinator during the 47-game unbeaten streak from 1964 to 1968, Jim Moore helped create one of the best defensive units in school history. During that time, FJC football won the 1965 Junior Rose Bowl and the 1967 national title. In 15 seasons as the men's tennis coach, Jim's teams racked up countless victories as well as Southern California's and state titles. In May of 1967, the Hornets brought home the team state championship. It is the first state title won by the men's tennis team. Jim Moore was unable to attend tonight's induction, but we do have a representative from his family, so ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome, speaking on behalf of Jim Moore, Stephen Linhart.
My name is Stephen Linhart. I am the grandson of Jim Moore, and I just had a public service announcement from the back, so I need everyone to listen up real quick. We're actually turning this night into a lock-in, and I hope everybody brought their sleeping bags, pillows, and popcorn. So get comfy. Just kidding. So I just wanted, my grandpa's not here. My grandpa lives in Dallas. He was a football coach and a tennis coach. I don't think in the history of the world there's ever been those 2 things combined, which is really kind of cool. That's my grandpa. He, to this day, my grandpa's 86, and every time I see him, he tells me that he can dunk on me. When I told him that I ran a 6-minute mile when I was in 5th grade, he was like, I'm way faster than you. You can't run faster than me. He always made it a point to make sure that I knew that he was better than me. And it kind of pissed me off, but now that I'm here on stage at this Hall of Fame event, I'm like, dude, my grandpa actually has a really cool edge, and he developed it here at Fullerton Junior College. So I just want to give a really big shout out to the committee, to the grounds here, and to my grandfather for being such a bad man. He was part of the 47-0 record that you guys did here. So, and we won a state championship for tennis. The only time that's ever been done. So, I love my grandpa, and you should too.
Open hand for Jim Moore's grandson. That was great. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would like to extend special thanks and appreciation to those who made this evening possible. A round of applause, please, for Anita Ward, Michelle Tomason, Sandra Chavez, Gina Bevick, Cheryl Toth, Lorena Tarnay, Tim Burns, and Phil Lerman. It's nights like tonight that make being a Hornet so very special. Honoring the past secures a place for the future. And that's why we here at Fullerton live by our motto, once a Hornet, always a Hornet. Thank you for attending tonight's event. Have a great evening, and we'll see you next time right here at Fullerton College. Once again, our Hall of Fame recipients, please report to the memorabilia table to my right for a group photo. This includes the 1983 football team. All Hall of Fame medal recipients. Thank you.
Looks like that's going to bring us to the end of the 2023 Fullerton College Hall of Fame dinner. Corey Nealon, you're still wide awake. Ryan Osborne, you got a smile on your face. What do you think, Corey, as we come to the end?
Wonderful atmosphere, wonderful guests, wonderful speeches. Time to go home.
You know what? I think Corey had a wonderful time. Ryan, I got to look at you. Fun night again here at Fullerton.
Yeah, when you take a look at it, we do want to thank everyone who joined us, family members, inductees, and everyone around the Fullerton College program. Thank you for joining us on the air and also taking your time to talk to our CRTV 145 students and all three of us. So that's going to do it for us here at the Hall of Fame ceremony. For Corey Nealon, Mark Pavlovich, big thank you to our technical producer, Mr. Joe Pavlenko, and all the students of the CRTV 145 class. This has been the 2023 Fullerton College Hall of Fame induction ceremony on 90.1 KBPK.